Hello, everyone. Tonight we are standing just outside an old marble temple perched on a windswept hilltop. There's a steady hush of evening cicadas in the air, and the scent of olive trees drifting up from the valley below. You reach out and run your fingers along the stone. Cool, worn, and faintly humming with the silence that only ancient places carry. You look up. Somewhere above you, an owl blinks once and goes back to sleep. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. But only if you really like what I do here. And if you're still awake, let me know your location and the local time. I love seeing where and when people are drifting off together around the world. Now, turn off the lights. Maybe turn on the fan for some soothing noise. And let's get started tonight. You shuffle toward the entrance of Athena's oldest sanctuary. Older than the Parthenon. Older than most of the myths printed in gold leaf. The doors don't creak. They sigh. And inside, there's that thick, sacred silence that seems to press down on you in a way that makes your footsteps feel like an intrusion. You pause near the threshold and tilt your head. Somewhere inside, nestled between columns and frescoes, is the echo that broke a temple bell. No one talks about it much anymore, but it happened, and depending on who's telling the story, it was either a high note so sharp it fractured marble, or a bass note so low it summoned a minor earthquake. Either way, the bell, which once hung over the entrance like a metal moon, cracked clean down the middle. One warm afternoon when a bard hit a note that just didn't sit right with Olympus. Athena was not amused. She had always had a complicated relationship with music. She respected structure, harmony, composition. She did not respect improvisation involving goat horns and wine. A real debate among historians, believe it or not, centers around the question of whether or not temples of Athena ever permitted music in the first place. Some argue they were intended to be places of thought, meditation, and inner clarity. Others say that ancient rites always involved sound, and that banning music was a later, possibly reactionary, development. You step further inside. The temple is still, too still, and that's when you notice something subtle. There are no echoes. Not just because it's quiet, but because something is dulling them. The sound doesn't bounce. It absorbs. You speak aloud, just a soft hello, and it lands like a feather on marble, then disappears completely. That's the thing Athena did after the bell incident. She didn't just ban loud music. She redesigned the acoustics. Subtly, carefully, using a combination of enchantments and some very smug mathematicians. You glance to your right and see a shrine tucked into the corner. A small owl-shaped candle holder rests beside a scroll. The scroll reads, "Stillness is louder than performance. Classic Athena." There's a broken lyre in a case nearby, chained, oddly enough, as if to prevent it from escaping. It once belonged to a bard named Melodious, a sweet-voiced mortal who came to the temple to offer a praise hymn and ended up launching what scholars now call the Great Reverberation Incident. Details are fuzzy. All records agree he had good intentions and a terrible sense of pitch. He sang a love song to Athena, which, let's be honest, was mistake number one. She's not a love and roses kind of goddess. She's the type who prefers olive trees to bouquets and strategy manuals to sonnets. Mistake number 2. Melodious brought backup, a small choir of traveling minstrels with handbells, panpipes, and something that may have been a magically amplified tambourine. The hymn began politely, then rose, then soared, then shrieked, and somewhere in the chorus, the resonance aligned just so with the carved ribs of the main sanctuary bell. A note hit, a crack spread, and a flock of owls flew directly into the air vents. The bell split in two. Nellius disappeared from the historical record immediately after. There's a theory, floated during an academic panel you once watched at 2 a.m. while folding laundry, that Nellius wasn't punished. He was simply shushed out of existence, erased with divine dignity, like a page gently turned in a book no one finished reading. Since then, no music has been allowed here. Not hymns, not whispers of melody, not even a humming pilgrim on the steps. And yet, you feel it. Something underneath the silence, like a song that's trying to get out. A ghost note, a vibration curled at the edge of your senses. You move deeper into the sanctuary. Along the walls, carved into stone, are images of Athena, spear in hand, owl at shoulder, gaze fixed forward. But in one panel, something unusual. She's shown covering her ears, not in pain, in irritation. Next to her, a tiny musician is being led gently away by a statue. You squint. The statue looks suspiciously like the one in the main courtyard. You step out into that courtyard now, under the stars. The night is still warm. The sky is clear. And somewhere far off, the wind carries a melody, brief, quiet, haunting. You wait. The temple does not respond. Athena's silence holds. For now, you wake slowly the next morning in the guest quarters just beneath the eastern colonnade, wrapped in linen that smells faintly of lemon balm and old parchment. The stone beneath your bed is cool. The silence, still intact, not just quiet, but enforced. Even the birds seem hesitant to chirp near Athena's sacred acoustics. You shuffle to the garden for breakfast, half expecting it to be a solemn affair. Maybe bread, olives, and pointed looks of disapproval. Instead, you find yourself in the middle of a chaotic brunch with the muses, all 9 of them. They've invited themselves. They're already halfway through a platter of honeyed pears and ambrosia toast, arguing in overlapping melodic phrases about whose domain should include avocado metaphors. Terpsichore is humming into a lyre while juggling pomegranate seeds with her elbows. Thalia has written, "Comedy is underrated in raspberry jam on a slice of bread." Calliope is threatening to compose a scathing epic if no one passes the butter. You sit down slowly. A nymph hands you a cup of something fizzy and golden. "Breakfast wine," she says, "traditionally served before your day goes off-key." Across the table, Athena is sitting motionless. Her goblet is untouched. Her spoon is aligned with unnerving precision to the edge of her plate. Her eyes twitch only slightly when Erato starts harmonizing with a passing breeze. "It's too early for scales," Athena says flatly. "But this morning demands melody," says Polyhymnia, swirling honey into her tea. The birds sing, the wind whispers, The yogurt quivers. Yogurt doesn't quiver, Athena replies. Yours does. Euterpe says sweetly. When you scowl at it. A lesser deity would have stormed out by now. But Athena does what she always does. She observes and files away every infraction like a lawyer preparing to crush you with a footnote. You learn, as the morning unfolds, that the muses have descended upon the temple for a creative summit. Uninvited, unstructured, unstoppable, they insist they're here to share inspiration and elevate sacred sound. They also insist on clapping in triple meter and turning every olive pit into a percussion instrument. Athena breathes in deeply through her nose. You've heard this sound before, usually right before a building reorganizes itself out of frustration. Then Cleo says it, the phrase that sends a ripple through the breakfast table, like someone dropped a lyre into a calm lake. We should compose a new hymn for Athena. Everyone freezes, even the yogurt. Athena places her spoon down, deliberately. No. But it would be elegant, says Calliope, already drafting the chorus on a scroll of napkin. Something structured, reverent, perhaps in hexameter. No. You haven't heard the melody yet, Euterpe says. I've heard the melody, Athena says. It's the same one you used for that dedication to Apollo's abs. That was art, Erato says defensively. It was a thirst trap, Artemis calls from another room. Also art, Erato yells back. A real historical note here. The muses, originally goddesses of memory and oral tradition, were once revered as the ultimate authorities on inspiration. But as time passed, their reputation shifted. In some myths, they became more than a little annoying. Eternal divas, eternal critics, the artsy relatives you can't uninvite. Because they were technically at the beginning of time. Athena, of course, respects order, logic, the structure of a well-built sentence. She does not respect spontaneous harmonizing during breakfast, especially not with toast in your mouth. You watch as she presses her fingers together, eyes closed. The spoon nearest her begins to tremble slightly. Please, she says, very evenly. Do not sing in my temple. Not today. Not before I've had tea. But music is tea for the soul. Melpomene whispers. It's caffeine for my migraines. Athena replies. The muses grumble, but Athena wins. Barely. They quiet down. Mostly. You finish your breakfast in relative peace, though Thalia insists on narrating your chewing as a crunchy counterpoint in B-flat. Later, you find Athena standing at the edge of the reflecting pool. Her expression is unreadable. They mean well, you say gently. They mean chaos, she replies, wrapped in harmony. You glance at the still surface of the water. But isn't harmony a form of order? She turns. Order is knowing when not to add another voice. A breeze moves through the trees. Somewhere in the distance, a muse hits a triumphant high note. A squirrel falls from a branch in protest. Athena closes her eyes. The next morning, all wind instruments are mysteriously missing from the temple grounds. Later that week, a sign appears over the reflecting pool. Silence is sacred. Harmony is conditional. You hear it before you see it. A single note, soft, shimmering, and somehow smug, floating through the western corridor of Athena's sanctuary. It dances across the stone like candlelight, warm and gold and so clearly trying to make an entrance. You know that note. Everyone does. Apollo has arrived. You find him standing at the front of the main atrium, bathed in early afternoon sunlight, his lyre slung across one shoulder like an accessory rather than an instrument. His robes sparkle faintly, not from enchantment, but from sheer commitment to aesthetic. His smile says, "You're welcome." "Apollo," Athena says flatly, approaching with the expression of someone preparing to audit a choir. "Dearest sister," he beams. "I come bearing grace, light, and 2 new compositions. You were not invited. And yet," he says, adjusting his cloak, "I am undeniably here." A scholar once described Apollo as the patron deity of involuntary encore performances. His devotion to music is matched only by his inability to read a room or a mood. He strums a chord, the walls sigh, a passing vase tips slightly. Athena pinches the bridge of her nose. "We're still repairing the acoustics from your last visit." "That was a crescendo accident," he says, "and possibly the fault of the lyre. This one's new, custom made by dryads, tuned by starlight." "She doesn't like lyres," Hermes mutters, appearing behind you with a grape he did not pay for. "She doesn't like you," Apollo says. "True," Hermes nods. "But at least I don't make statues cry." That reference is not exaggerated. The last time Apollo performed in this room, the marble statue of Nike near the altar was so moved, or maybe so sonically overwhelmed, that it developed visible moisture streaks across its cheeks. No one talks about it, except Apollo. Often. "Shall I begin?" he asks, already plucking a glowing note from his strings. "No," Athena says. "Yes," he replies, and strums anyway. You brace yourself. The music is not bad. In fact, it's beautiful, technically perfect, rich with cascading golden tones and melodic arcs that shimmer like light on water. It lifts the air, makes you want to exhale in poetry. And it goes on, and on, and on. By the 3rd verse, you begin to realize the performance has no clear end. It's not a song. It's a looping emotional sunrise, a melody that feeds back into itself like a divine Mobius strip. You lose track of time. The light shifts. A butterfly lands on your knee, falls asleep, and you're not sure how long it's been there. Athena finally interrupts. "Apollo." "Yes." "You are still playing." "I am enhancing the space." "You are flattening time." "I'm making art." "You're making me regret not inventing earplugs." He finally stops. The last note rings like a bell made of longing. Everyone exhales. Somewhere, a potted olive tree keels over. "Feedback accepted," Apollo says with a bow. Athena steps forward, her voice calm but sharp. "This is why I am banning music. Not because I hate it, because it does not know how to leave." "Then why allow temples to echo?" he asks. "Why build domes that carry sound like prayer?" There's a silence. Then she says, very softly, "Because I wanted people to hear thoughts, not applause." Hermes whistles low. "Oof." Athena turns. "And you, stop stealing olives." He drops one. It was bruised. A soft argument breaks out between them, but you remain still, watching Apollo, who stands alone in the shaft of sunlight like a sulking golden retriever with a PhD in orchestration. "I wrote the hymn for her," he says suddenly. Everyone pauses. "What?" Athena asks. "That first song, the one that broke the bell. That was me." I gave it to a mortal, a gift. She stares at him. You gave Nelias the melody? He asked for inspiration. You gave a goat farmer a divine overture? He seemed passionate. You unleashed harmonic destruction upon my sanctuary because you liked his vibe? He shrugs. Creative risk. Athena does not yell. She does not throw things. She just walks away, muttering something about divine negligence in tonal containment. Apollo plucks one last chord and turns to you. She's always been tone deaf to beauty. You don't reply, because right then, you hear a hum, soft, faint, coming from deep within the temple. The hum of that same cursed hymn, still echoing somewhere, woven into the stone. A ghost note, a leftover vibration, a tune that doesn't know it's finished. You realize it wasn't just the bell that broke. It was the sanctuary itself. Apollo doesn't seem to notice. He's smiling, already composing something new in his head. Athena, in the distance, calls for the acoustic engineers again, and the song, still playing. Under it all, you're back in the central courtyard when it happens. A festival day, banners fluttering, olives glistening in the sun, the scent of roasted almonds and goat cheese drifting lazily through the air. People are laughing. Priests are preparing the altar. Athena is tolerating it. And then a goat walks into the temple. Not unusual. There are goats everywhere. Sacred goats. Ceremonial goats. Snack goats. But this one is different. This one is wearing a laurel wreath and has a bell tied to its horn. Not a normal bell. A tiny bronze replica of the temple bell that cracked during the Great Reverberation incident. It's either very tasteful satire or an unfortunate choice of accessories. A satyr, shirtless, barefoot, and deeply proud of both, is trailing behind it, piping a melody on a crooked flute. He's leading the goat like it's a celebrity guest. The goat bleats. You're not sure what key it's in, but it's definitely a minor one. The courtyard freezes. Please tell me that's not what I think it is, Athena says without turning around. A living tribute, says the satyr, to musical resilience. Get it out. But it trained for this. It is chewing the altar cloth. The goat indeed has a mouthful of linen, which it seems to be chewing rhythmically in time with the flute music. The crowd, which started unsure, is now cautiously amused. Someone claps. The goat bows. A scholar once claimed that goats played a surprisingly important role in ancient performance culture, especially in the origins of tragedy. The word tragoidia literally means goat song, whether this was due to goat sacrifices, goat skins worn during choral dances, or just the inherently theatrical nature of goats remains a subject of enthusiastic disagreement. In this moment, none of that matters, because the goat has climbed the steps of the temple and is now attempting to sing. It doesn't go well. It begins as a bleat, then a sustained bleat, then a full-throated wobbling, impossible vibrato bleat that echoes through the sanctuary like a war horn made of phlegm and mischief. People gasp. Someone drops a tray of olives. The sound hits the walls, curls around the columns, and ricochets like a confused boomerang. The air thickens, and then, as if summoned by the divine power of poor timing, The original cursed note returns, that faint hum, that lingering echo, the one Apollo accidentally gifted to a mortal bard decades ago. It meets the goat's bleat mid-air, the resonance aligns, and the temple shakes, subtly. Not enough to collapse anything, just enough to make everyone instinctively look for exits. One of the statues, an owl, rotates very slowly on its pedestal, unprompted. The goat finishes its note and flops down in what you can only describe as theatrical exhaustion. The satyr bows. We call that one Ode to Digestive Tranquility. Athena appears behind him, silent and immovable. He turns slowly, flute still raised. Yes, he says. You have 5 seconds. She replies. To explain? To vanish. He vanishes. The goat does not. It rolls over, stretches its legs, and begins snoring. Later, temple officials will refer to this as the Bleat Awakening. It will be cited in the final draft of the Temple Acoustics Amendment, filed under unexpected mammalian interference. That evening, the courtyard is scrubbed with rosemary and salt. The goat is escorted to a farm with firm instructions never to approach marble again. Athena updates her private scroll of band instruments. She adds amplified lyres, communal flutes, surprise zithers, and now goats. You pass her on the steps as she's writing. Did the goat sing better than me? A voice asks from a nearby bench. It's Apollo. She doesn't answer. That, in itself, is an answer. From that day forward, all musical animals are pre-approved only in writing, and must remain outside the sanctum boundary, unless mute, ornamental, or asleep. The debate among temple scholars will continue for centuries. Did the goat understand the song? Did the bleat harmonize with the echo or simply provoke it? Should opera ever involve livestock? Athena, when asked, simply responds, no. No footnotes, no clarifications, just no. The sign appears overnight, just inside the gates of a lesser-known hilltop shrine to Athena, a quiet stone enclosure where not much ever happens and where absolutely no goats are allowed anymore. It reads, singing is discouraged, whistling is a gray area, hum responsibly. It's pinned to the side of a cypress tree with an olive branch, and no one admits to putting it there. But the tone, the phrasing, the passive-aggressive punctuation, it's definitely Athena. You arrive at the shrine just before noon. The air is light. The bees are having polite conversations near the thyme bushes, and the temple's only priest, an elderly man named Melian, greets you with a nod so slow it could be mistaken for a bow. Welcome, he says. We're a quiet temple. You ask what that means. No music, no lectures, no overly expressive sandals. You glance at your feet. Those are borderline, he adds, and lets you in anyway. Inside, the air is cool and reverent. You expect boredom. What you get is peace, soothing, strange, like the room is humming just beneath the range of human hearing, not in melody, but in stillness. This, you learn, is Athena's first silent temple experiment, a controlled trial, a sacred test case. She built it in the wake of the Bleat Awakening, TM, as a kind of philosophical experiment. What happens when you remove sound from worship, when temples become spaces not for praise and chorus, but for pure thought? There are no hymns, No chimes. The offerings are arranged silently by hand. The scrolls are written in soft ink. Even the candles burn without crackling. Melion explains it like this. Noise is pride. Silence is curiosity. You try to ask what that means, but he just gestures toward a stone bench. You'll feel it, he says. You sit, you wait, and slowly, you do. Not enlightenment, exactly. Not revelation. Just the awareness that the air around you doesn't need to be filled. That maybe worship, at least in this place, isn't about being heard by a god. It's about listening. A real historical debate once popped up in a symposium over ritual acoustics in archaic sanctuaries. One group argued that chanting amplified collective emotion. Another group, mostly architectural scholars, insisted that sound in temples was a form of spatial punctuation. You didn't fill it constantly. You used it like a well-placed comma. Athena, clearly, voted for silence as sentence break. As you continue to sit, you notice tiny signs of her design. Footpaths curved so sound doesn't echo. Offerings placed on wool mats to muffle the thud. Even the pigeons nearby seem unusually respectful. But not everyone agrees. Later that afternoon, a small group of pilgrims arrives. You know the type. Well-meaning, over-perfumed, holding lyres that haven't been tuned since the last full moon. They kneel, they whisper, and then, because tradition demands it, they start to sing. Softly at first, then with confidence. A well-rehearsed hymn to wisdom. 3-part harmony, even a brief solo. And right as they reach the final verse, the altar shifts, just a little, not violently, just enough to suggest, very politely, that the moment has passed. The lead pilgrim blinks. His lyre string snaps without warning. Melion appears behind him like a ghost made of baked bread and patience. No singing, he says gently. But we came to give praise, says the pilgrim. Praise quietly. One of them tries to whistle. Another hums into their cup. The altar doesn't move again, but the temperature drops ever so slightly. They leave soon after, mumbling about creative oppression and sacred expressionism. You remain seated, still, quiet. You realize something odd. You don't want to talk. Not here. Not yet. Something about this space makes words feel too heavy. Even Hermes would struggle. And that, you think, is kind of the point. Athena's experiment didn't silence worship. It refined it. Took the clanging cymbals and replaced them with polished thought. The noise was never banned, just invited to take a step back. By nightfall, the sign at the entrance has been updated. Thank you for not singing. The owls appreciate it. You're woken up in the middle of the night by the unmistakable sound of harmony. Not a song, exactly. Not the gentle lilt of a lullaby, or even the drunken hum of Dionysian devotees. It's sharper, brighter, more intentional. You sit up, outside, under the moonlight. A group of figures dressed in spotless white robes is standing in the central plaza. Torches flicker. Incense drifts in ribbons, and they are singing. Beautifully and endlessly. You recognize the phrase, a classic hymn to Athena, taught in academies and performed on festival days. You've heard it before, once at a theater in Delos, once in a bathhouse that claimed to be inspired by classical vibrations. But this version, it has too many verses. You step outside and discover the source, the choir of eternal devotion. They arrived at sundown. They have not stopped. We call it the spiral of praise. One of them whispers between breaths. We rotate lead vocals every 8 stanzas. No gaps, no breaks, just reverence. Another nods solemnly. We trained in caves with echo challenges. We harmonized through sandstorms. A third adds, we haven't exhaled in unison since last equinox, on purpose. You watch them sing in perfect formation, 3 rings of singers, rotating like clock gears. The sound moves with such precision you half expect the temple floor to respond in Morse code. The high priest, an unnaturally tall man named Koronos, informs you that they have vowed to sing without pause until Athena blesses them with divine stillness. That seems unlikely. You offer gently. He beams. We're prepared to wait. Athena, you suspect, is already awake and already irritated. By the time the sun rises, the choir has sung through all 12 verses of the traditional temple hymn, 6 verses from an epically long devotional poem attributed to someone named Michaelos the Verbose, and what appears to be a fully harmonized reading of Athena's bylaws. You didn't know bylaws could have a key change. But here we are. Temple staff try everything. First, they offer fruit, then honey with fruit. The choir sings through it. They light incense that's supposed to calm aggressive geese. The choir sings louder. Finally, a group of exhausted junior scribes files an emergency request for divine intervention scroll. Hermes delivers it personally. He appears at dawn in slippers, hair tousled, holding a pastry. They've looped the 3rd stanza, he says flatly. Again. Athena appears before breakfast. No storm, no flash of light, just a door opening in the air. She steps through it in full armor, though her eyes suggest she'd rather be in bed. The choir stops mid-syllable. Athena surveys the plaza, the symmetrical robes, the organized binders, the pitch-perfect chorus that has very clearly been practicing in caves. She nods once, then she whispers a single phrase. Your silence will echo louder. And just like that, their voices vanish. Not rudely, not forcefully, just softly, like the end of a dream you weren't sure you wanted to leave. The choir looks stunned. Koronos opens his mouth. Nothing. He claps his hands. Nothing. The sound is gone. Their lips move, but the air remains still. Later, you learn that the spell wasn't cruel. It was temporary. A gentle reset, a silencing not of punishment, but of permission. They needed to stop. She gave them the out. In the days that follow, the choir disbands voluntarily. Some of them take up gardening. One writes a pamphlet titled The Melody of Restraint. And Koronos, he becomes a librarian and whispers everything. A scholar once wrote that some rituals exist not to be completed, but to be interrupted. That the divine sometimes answers, not with thunder, but with a pause, a breath, a withheld note. Athena never speaks of the choir again, but a plaque appears in the courtyard soon after. It reads, "Sung too long, heard too little." And below that, in smaller text, Respect the silence, or it will sing back. You're wandering through the outer colonnade one late afternoon, chasing the fading scent of roasted barley, and wondering whether it's possible to nap in a place where the floor is polished enough to reflect your mistakes. The temple is unusually calm today, until Hermes shows up, sliding down a banister, wearing sunglasses and beatboxing. You stop mid-step. "Don't worry," he says, spinning in place and catching a scroll mid-air. "I've cleared this with literally no one." He claps his hands. "Welcome to the first ever Temple Freestyle Symposium." You look around. No crowd, no stage, just Hermes, a lyre that appears to have been modified with magical reverb, and a stack of parchment labeled "The Iliad, but make it flow." You open your mouth to protest. He's already rapping. It starts innocently enough. A few bars about Troy. Something about Achilles clapping back with a spear. Then he adds a bass line. From his sandals, Athena walks by on the upper balcony. She stops, tilts her head, listens, and does not smile. Not even a twitch. Hermes keeps going. "He's been practicing," says a passing nymph. "In front of mirrors," adds another. You settle onto a bench as Hermes begins to perform what can only be described as a rhythmic reinterpretation of Homeric verse. His flow is oddly compelling. Lines like, "Paris dropped the apple, started divine beef. Hera rolled her eyes, Aphrodite's looking chief." And then the chorus. "Sing, O Muse, but drop that beat, from Hades' gate to Zeus's seat. Somewhere, a small potted plant nods in time." Hermes begins pacing the steps, channeling the kind of energy you usually only see in mortal street performers with $10 harps and way too much confidence. He flips through scrolls, adjusts the meter mid-rhyme, and tosses out references like breadcrumbs at a philosopher's picnic. You glance toward the sanctuary doors, still closed. Good. But then they open. Athena steps out. The beat falters. Hermes turns dramatically. "Sister, you honor us with your..." No. It's educational. It's irreverent. It's interpretive homage. It's not in dactylic hexameter. It's in Olympic hexameter. Hermes grins. That doesn't help. There's a long pause. Athena descends the stairs slowly, each footstep sounding like a courtroom verdict. When she reaches the bottom, she doesn't strike him with lightning. She doesn't even take the scrolls. She just says, "Proceed." Hermes blinks. "Wait, really?" She nods. "But..." And here it comes. No audience, no echo, and you must include at least one verifiable primary source citation per verse. Hermes swallows. "In the rap?" "Every verse." He looks at the scrolls like they've betrayed him. She raises an eyebrow. "Proceed." Hermes tries. He raps. He sweats. He rhymes Hector's shield with archival yield. He references a lesser-known bronze tablet from Knossos in the bridge. You're impressed. The crowd, still non-existent. Athena, unblinking. After 20 minutes of lyrical labor, Hermes collapses onto the temple steps. "You win," he says, panting. "You always do." Athena shrugs. "I don't win. I just outlast." Hermes groans. "That's worse." That evening, the scrolls labeled "The Iliad, but make it flow" are quietly shelved in the temple library's experimental literature wing. The wing has only 2 shelves, and one of them squeaks. A week later, you find a new sign posted near the amphora storage. Rhyming within sacred precincts must pass metrical review. And underneath that, repetition of yo will not be considered divine invocation. By midweek, the temple's acoustics have become a hot topic among people who should probably be focused on prayer. A symposium has been scheduled. Of course, you learn about it when a small sign appears near the olive press. Today, public debate on musical ethics and harmonic boundaries. Courtyard C, bring your own scroll. You wander over, mildly curious and also a little bored. Courtyard C is already bustling when you arrive. On one side, a group of philosophers in varying shades of beige tunics is seated on uncomfortable stone benches, frowning at their notes. On the other, poets, musicians, and one dramatic sculptor named Melanchthon, who believes rhythm is best expressed in marble torsos. The air smells faintly of lemon oil, ink, and ambition. A moderator stands between them, holding a ceremonial olive branch and a bell that no one wants him to ring. Welcome, he says. Let the symposium of sound begin. You sit under a fig tree. It's the only shaded spot that doesn't hum when you breathe. The debate kicks off with a straightforward question. Is bad music worse than no music? A philosopher named Cleon immediately raises a finger. All music is subjective, except bad music. Someone counters. The poets scoff. Silence is a vacuum. And some of us like our thoughts audible, adds a lyre player with suspiciously well-moisturized hands. A scholar with a tablet adds, one could argue silence is the highest form of reverence. I once argued with silence for 3 weeks, says the sculptor. I lost. The moderator nods politely and tries to keep up. You lean back and listen. It's not exactly riveting. It's not meant to be. Like most ancient debates, this one involves a lot of pacing, occasional gesturing with breadsticks, and the liberal use of phrases like, as Plato may or may not have intended. And about an hour in, things heat up when a young bard suggests that Athena might benefit from a looser sound policy. There is a silence so complete you think the sun might blink. Then, from behind the courtyard's eastern pillar, a soft ahem. It's Athena, sitting, arms crossed, taking notes. The bard sits down, hard. The discussion tries to continue. Someone pivots to the topic of oral architecture. Another suggests a formal scale of acceptable emotional decibel levels. You hear the phrase tonal democracy. You begin to feel drowsy. The words melt together like warm honey. You dream, or maybe imagine, a temple made entirely of tuning forks, humming with ambient approval. When you blink awake again, a new person is speaking. An older woman with salt gray hair, no titles, and a tunic embroidered with tiny scrolls. She doesn't raise her voice. She just says, music isn't the problem. Everyone turns. She nods toward the temple. That building has survived war, wind, earthquakes, goats, and 2 festivals of interpretive dance. But it never broke until someone sang to be heard instead of to understand. Silence. She adds, the gods don't need noise. They already hear everything. Sometimes they just want the quiet to think back. Even the fig tree nods. Athena lifts her quill, nods once, and vanishes. The debate ends not with a vote or a fireball, but with agreement. Soft, mutual, and reluctant. As people disperse, Someone posts a new rule on the courtyard's olive archway. Sacred sound must serve sacred thought. You read it 3 times. You're not sure it makes total sense, but it sounds right. That night, the temple is more silent than usual, and somehow more alive. You find the village by accident. It's not on any map, scroll, or oracle vision. You wander downhill from the temple, following a narrow goat path. No goats this time, thank Athena, that weaves between olive groves and lazy cypress shadows. And then, like stepping through a veil, you're there. A circle of whitewashed houses, terracotta roofs, and sleepy chickens. A place where everything smells like thyme and slow-cooked lentils. And in the center, a small, ivy-wrapped shrine with a faded plaque that reads, "To Athena, who watches kindly." You step inside and immediately hear snoring. Not the thunderous kind, not the dramatic snores of Dionysian feast-goers. No, this is the gentle, unbothered, village elder kind of snoring. Rhythmic, soothing, like waves if waves had grandkids. You turn the corner and find the source. Everyone is asleep. Children curled on benches. Elders slumped happily in chairs. One man with his face in a bowl of lentil stew, still smiling. Even a dog, upside down and gently kicking the air like he's chasing dream rabbits. You whisper, nothing. You knock on the altar, nothing. You sneeze, still nothing. And then you hear it, not from the shrine, but from the edge of the grove, a song, soft, slow, and unmistakably ancient, not showy, not loud, just perfect. You follow it, brushing past fig trees and low herbs until you reach a mossy stone. There sits an old bard, barefoot, eyes closed, lyre cradled in his lap like a sleeping cat. He's singing, and it's working. You sit quietly beside him, not daring to interrupt. The melody is simple, but the intervals, the space between the notes, are what get you. They stretch, they settle, they nest inside your chest like a warm pebble in a pond. After a few minutes, he opens one eye. "You're still awake," he says. "Barely." You reply. He smiles. "This was an accident, you know. The tune? Found it in a dream. Played it once, and the whole village fell asleep before dessert." You blink. You invented a lullaby that sedates entire populations. "Only if they've eaten," he says. The conversation moves slowly. He tells you he was once a court bard. He tried singing for kings, heroes, even a minor god of poultry. But no one listened. Then he started playing for children, old women, chickens, even, and discovered something odd. The softer he sang, the more powerful the song became. One night, in a nearby town, he was asked to play a blessing for a newborn. He improvised and promptly knocked out every guest in a 2-block radius. He was banned from at least 6 villages. So he settled here, where people appreciate sleep more than spectacle. A real scholarly debate once questioned whether certain melodies in ancient Greece were deliberately designed to lull the body, not just emotionally, but physiologically. One theory claims that some scales, when played slowly enough, mimic the resting rhythm of a sleeping heartbeat. This bard, he's never read a scroll, but somehow he knows. You glance back at the village, still snoring. Even the dog. Don't they miss being awake? You ask. Not really. He says. They wake for market, then sleep again. No one here dreams of war. No one shouts over figs. We've found our tempo. You sit with him as the sun dips below the hills, turning the sky into melted pottery. He plays again. You almost fall asleep. But then you remember Athena. What does she think of this? You ask. The bard strums softly. She visits sometimes, he says. Doesn't say much, but she leaves offerings. Like what? Silence. And once, a better pillow. Later, as you walk back to the temple, you notice how heavy your eyelids feel. How the world sounds softer. How sleep, when woven with music, becomes worship. You wonder if Athena ever intended that, or if, like the best melodies, it just happened. The statues start dancing on a Tuesday. There's no warning, no divine announcement, no prank from Hermes this time. He's busy selling limited edition echo-proof sandals in the agora. One moment. The marble guardians of Athena's temple are standing in their usual reverent poses, stoic, firm, impeccably chiseled. The next, they're tapping their feet, just a little. You're the first to notice. You're walking past the vestibule after breakfast when you hear it. A faint, repetitive clink, like someone lightly tapping stone with a bronze spoon. You turn. The statue of Pallas Athena, the one holding a spear and a very skeptical owl, is wiggling. Not dramatically. Just a slow, rhythmic sway of the hips. The owl blinks once, then nods in perfect time. You freeze. She freezes. Then nothing. You back away slowly. Over the next hour, more statues join in. The twins near the inner sanctum start a synchronized shoulder roll. A lesser-known guardian near the scroll archives does a very committed shimmy. By lunchtime, a 3-meter-high marble warrior is moonwalking. No one knows why. At first, the priests panic. They call in a geomancer. He claims it's seismic activity with expressive flair. Someone else suggests a rogue enchantment left over from a muse's flute solo. But then a scribe notices something strange. It only happens when someone sings, not loudly. Even a hum will do. A servant girl tries whistling and watches, horrified, as a statue beside the apothecary does a little two-step and a snappy turn. Athena arrives shortly thereafter. She watches in absolute silence as her stone representations continue their temple-wide interpretive recital. One of them spins. "Why is that one spinning?" she asks, in the tone of someone trying very hard not to scream. "Possibly joy?" offers a terrified assistant. "Statues do not feel joy." "That one might," says the assistant, watching the owl do a shimmy. Athena steps forward, raises her hand, and mutters a phrase you don't catch. The air stills. The statues freeze mid-pose. Problem solved. Until the next day. They do it again, this time to the sound of someone folding laundry and softly humming the tune from Apollo's failed musical. It becomes clear, quickly, that the statues are enchanted, not by a spell, but by a sound, a specific pattern, a vibration, a cursed melody still woven into the temple's marble from that one hymn. Yes, that hymn. The one that cracked the bell. The one Apollo gifted to a mortal. The one that Neleus butchered on a public stage. The one that never really stopped reverberating. It's still here, deep in the stone, waiting. And now, whenever a musical note matches its buried rhythm, the statues, chiseled by devotion, blessed by ritual, and made from the temple's own bedrock, respond. They don't dance out of joy. They dance out of echo. This is the moment when Athena makes her decision. The temple's front gate is closed for 48 hours. Inside, architects, priests, and one very confused goat psychic, don't ask, work day and night. When the doors open again, there's a new inscription chiseled above the entrance. Music leaves marks. Silence holds shape. From that day on, humming within the temple walls is forbidden. Singing, grounds for exile. Whistling, technically allowed, but only if tuneless. The statues return to stillness. Mostly. But you've seen it. Once or twice. When the breeze is just right and the light hits the marble just so. You catch it. A tiny tap of a stone foot, a faint shimmer in the owl's eye, a shoulder that almost shrugs. You look away. You pretend not to see, because in this temple, movement belongs to thought, not melody. And the statues? They remember everything. They try to counsel, a proper one this time. Formal invitations, assigned seating, a big dignified scroll that read, Divine Assembly on the question of temple sound. Please bring your most rational self. Predictably, no one did. By noon, the Temple of Echo Regulation and Spiritual Tranquility, a temporary title, was filled with some of Olympus's loudest voices and worst listeners. A round table had been carved overnight from moonstone. The chairs were enchanted to discourage slouching. You get a seat near the back, behind a demigod who keeps nervously eating olives. At the head sits Athena, sharp as ever, stylus in hand, notepad already half filled with bullet points and underlined judgments. On one side, Apollo, radiant and humming under his breath like he's scoring the meeting in real time. On the other, Hestia, calm and sipping tea, the only one who brought a blanket. Also in attendance, Hermes, taking notes purely for blackmail material. Dionysus, holding a flute of wine and a kazoo. Hephaestus, already asleep. A pair of owls representing the temple guardians' union. Calliope the Muse shows up late, declaring, I brought citations, and dumps a pile of scrolls onto the table. No one reads them. Athena clears her throat. The room hushes. Purpose of assembly, she begins, is to resolve the growing instability in temple acoustics and determine, once and for all, whether sound belongs in sacred spaces. Obviously it does, Apollo says. Obviously it doesn't, Athena replies. You can't spell sacred without cadence. He counters, that's not how spelling works. A metaphor, dear sister. Hermes mutters, this is going to be good, and eats someone else's fig. Athena lays out the facts, musical mishaps, statue disruptions, the goat incident, the eternally singing choir, the literal ghost echo that refuses to fade. Apollo counters with his own list. Emotional resonance, increased pilgrim attendance during musical festivals. One letter from a child who claims his hymn cured her hiccups. We have proof, he says dramatically. Music heals. Dionysus raises a hand. I wrote a song that gave someone hiccups for 3 years. Helpful, Athena mutters. They go in circles. Apollo insists on divine expression. Athena demands mental clarity. Hermes suggests a compromise involving enchanted tuning forks. Someone proposes designated singing zones. Then Calliope stands up and says, "What if we think of silence as a kind of rhythm?" The room pauses. Even Apollo tilts his head. She continues, "Silence isn't the absence of music. It's the space around it. The pause between notes. The inhale before thought." Hephaestus wakes up. "Did I miss a vote?" "No," Athena says. "But we may have gained a metaphor." Dionysus leans forward. "So you're saying silence is the beat drop?" "Exactly," Calliope says, "but permanent." They start drawing diagrams, circles and squiggles and scale patterns that look like abstract fruit. Someone references a Pythagorean fragment. Someone else proposes a new type of marble that hums only at the frequency of nap time. Eventually, the council reaches a tired, unlikely consensus. Music is allowed, in theory, but it must be regulated, measured, contained. No spontaneous duets, no interpretive owl dances, no rhythm-based sermons without prior approval. Athena stands and announces, "Henceforth, music within my temples shall be by appointment only, and strictly scored in advance." Apollo raises a hand. "Yes," she sighs. "Can I submit a form for improvisation?" She blinks. "You want to schedule spontaneity?" "I believe in responsible chaos." A long pause. Then, almost imperceptibly, she smiles. The scrolls are signed. The meeting adjourned. You slip out as the gods begin arguing over whether harpsichords count as percussion. Later that evening, a new desk appears near the temple entrance. On it, a single form labeled "Request for Musical Expression." Form L33A. Subsection: Duration, Decibel Range, Thematic Relevance, and at the bottom, note: Athena reserves the right to shush you mid-chorus. You're sitting in the olive grove, somewhere between mid-afternoon drowsy and lightly baked by the sun. When you hear it, a flutter of wings, a series of disapproving hoots, a council of owls. You don't run, mostly because they're Athena's owls, and also because you've recently learned that trying to outrun celestial birds usually just results in being followed, judged, and occasionally corrected on grammar. They land in a semicircle around you. There are 7 of them, each with varying expressions of annoyance, wisdom, and what can only be described as deep emotional fatigue. The largest owl, her feathers streaked with silver, nods once, solemnly. You wait. She hoots. Then they all hoot. It takes you a second, but you realize this is a formal complaint, and you are the chosen witness. Eventually, one of the junior priests arrives, holding a scroll labeled Avian Discontent, Volume 2. He explains it in a whisper. The owls have filed an objection. Again. Objection to what? He unrolls the scroll. Too much fluting. Apparently, a particularly eager oracle had taken to practicing flute near the sanctuary's eastern wall, every day, at sunrise, playing the same 3-note progression for hours. It's a musical offering, she insisted. The owls call it harassment, and they're not wrong. You've heard the flute. It's the kind of tune that sounds like someone trying to charm a snake that isn't interested. To make things worse, owls, being nocturnal, are not fans of early morning solos. One owl hoots, flies up, and does a small aerial reenactment of a sleepless night. The priest jots it down under noted irritants, melodic repetition. A scholar once proposed that owls were sacred to Athena, not just for their symbolism of wisdom, but because they are excellent witnesses. Observant, silent when needed, precise when provoked. In this case, they're acting as the temple's acoustic quality control. You're invited, gently but with clear pressure, to attend the hearing. It's held under the great olive tree, with Athena herself presiding. The oracle defends her playing, citing dream inspiration and something about sound frequencies cleansing spiritual dust. Her flute is carved from a fig branch. She calls it the breath of clarity. One of the owls coughs, a real, dry cough. Athena listens, then turns to the oracle and asks a single question. Have you ever heard a song so often that it becomes the opposite of music? The oracle falters. I thought it was beautiful. To you, maybe, Athena replies. But to the trees, the walls, the birds, it's become a threat. I didn't mean. Intention, Athena says, is not immunity. The owl council hoots in agreement. A few moments later, the oracle's flute is gently confiscated. Not broken, just sealed in a scroll of silence for a period of sonic rest. She's given a new task, planting fig trees in concentric rings around the amphitheater. Quiet work, grounding. No woodwind instruments allowed. Later, a small plaque appears at the base of the great olive tree. Respect the ears that hear you most. And under that, owls vote. And remember, that evening, you walk back through the grove. It's quieter now, not silent. There's wind, distant chatter, the crunch of your own sandals on gravel, but no flute. The owls return to their perch in the rafters, eyes heavy-lidded but calm. You realize this place isn't just protected by gods. It's guarded by those who listen, carefully, constantly, not to be moved by song, but to decide when a song should be heard at all. And tonight, for the first time in a week, everyone sleeps, including the owls. It begins with a whisper, not from a priest, not from a god, from a pilgrim. A young woman, barefoot and bleary-eyed, sits just inside the temple gates one early morning, her fingers resting gently on a small clay jar filled with olive oil and lavender ash. Her eyes are red, not from grief, but from exhaustion. She doesn't pray. She doesn't chant. She just sits, still, quiet. And somehow, that silence draws others. By midday, a dozen more have arrived. They don't speak. They leave their offerings in the woven baskets beneath the owl statue, nod to each other respectfully, and sit, scattered across the courtyard like seeds waiting for rain. By dusk, there are 50, and no one has said a word. You arrive just after sunset, pulled by curiosity and a faint scent of myrrh in the air. You stand near the periphery, unsure if this is a ritual, a protest, or an elaborate miscommunication. A nearby priest shrugs when you ask. They call it the still vigil. He whispers. No music, no chants, just presence. He leans in. Started a week ago. Now they come every evening. You watch. There's something hypnotic about it. No coughs, no sandals scraping, no throat clearing. Even the cicadas seem to hush themselves as the hour stretches on. A real historian, one with dusty glasses and a tendency to write long footnotes, once argued that some sacred acts only exist because of shared stillness, that presence, not noise, is what invites the divine. You believe it now, because as the sky deepens into velvet blue, you feel it, a weightless warmth, not a deity descending from clouds, not a miracle, just a moment of perfect mutual stillness. Athena arrives late. You don't see her walk in. She's just there, standing near the steps, arms crossed loosely, expression unreadable. She doesn't speak. She doesn't frown. She just watches. And then does something that no one expects. She sits, not on a throne, not on a marble block, on the steps, among them, like a teacher listening at the back of her own class. The silence, if possible, deepens. Later, people will try to describe what it felt like. Some will say it was peaceful, some unsettling. Others will whisper that they heard their own thoughts for the first time in years. You stay until the stars appear, until the first pilgrim rises and bows, until, one by one, they all begin to stand, quietly collecting their offerings and nodding their farewells. No one speaks. Athena doesn't move. You catch her gaze for half a second. It holds you, not like a question, but like a page between chapters. And in that quiet, you understand. She's not just banning music for order. She's making space. Space for what doesn't need to be said. For thoughts that don't fit into lyrics. For people who carry more silence than song. That night, a new scroll is placed outside the temple gates. Not chiseled, not signed, just handwritten in deep blue ink. It reads, "Come sit, say nothing, see what speaks back." Below it, someone has added, "Still vigil begins at twilight. Bring no words." You show up the next evening, and the one after that. Each time, the silence feels a little louder, and somehow more comforting. The wind starts playing tricks again, not malicious ones, just the kind of playful mischief you'd expect from a breeze that's been around since before the alphabet. It tosses leaves into perfect spirals. It nudges scrolls off their shelves. It hums through olive branches with just enough melody to be suspicious. The temple's bells, long silent by decree, begin to sway ever so slightly. Then, one afternoon, Apollo shows up again, carrying a wind chime. Not a subtle one. It's massive. 7 polished bronze tubes, each as long as a spear, hanging from a frame shaped like a lyre. It gleams like freshly waxed ego. He sets it up right outside the eastern colonnade, just past the sacred fig tree. "Explain," says Athena, appearing instantly, arms folded so tight they might bend logic. Apollo gestures like he's unveiling a statue. "I call it the Aeolian composition." "You mean the wind chime?" "I mean an instrument of atmospheric collaboration," he says. "It plays itself. The wind composes the song. I simply framed the canvas." Athena stares at him, then at the chime, then at the wind, which is already shifting nervously behind the clouds. Apollo continues. No one plays it. No one sings. The temple remains within acoustic guidelines. This is divinely passive sound. The chime tinkles, a high, clear note, then another, and then The wind wins. A gust barrels down the hill and slams into the chime, creating a sonic cascade that sounds somewhere between divine prophecy and someone tripping into a bronze pot collection. Priests stumble out of the archive. An owl falls sideways off a beam. Athena's eye twitches. Apollo winces. Bit enthusiastic. That breeze. She walks forward slowly. You brace for lightning, but she stops short of the chime and simply says, "Try again." Apollo blinks. "Excuse me?" "You're close," she says. "But the wind isn't subtle. The temple is..." And then she does something almost unthinkable. She adjusts the tuning. With 2 quick movements, she shortens one tube and rotates another slightly out of alignment. The breeze returns, lighter this time, like it's curious. The chime responds, a softer sound now, still musical, but hesitant. A conversation instead of a performance. A low chord that fades as quickly as it arrives. Apollo watches, stunned. You just restructured its tonal weight. Athena brushes her hands off. Harmony is a structure before it's a feeling. He nods slowly. You're infuriating. You're late, she replies. That evening, pilgrims gather nearby, not in crowds, but in passing pairs. They don't sing. They don't pray aloud. They just listen. And the chime? It doesn't play a melody. It plays moments. A single note when a branch moves. A faint vibration as someone exhales nearby. Sometimes, nothing at all. A scholar once wrote that Aeolian harps, the kind strung with gut or silk and played only by the wind, were beloved because they were impossible to predict, not unlike the gods, or dreams, or moments of real clarity. Over the next few days, the chime becomes a quiet fixture of the temple grounds. No one touches it. It simply waits. And when the wind chooses, it speaks. On the 7th day, Athena posts a new decree beside the eastern fig tree. It reads, Approved sounds list. Revised. Wind, with permission. Water, if not performative. Owls, untrained. Silence, always. Underneath, someone has scribbled, Apollo's ego chimes, approved with tuning. You pass by the instrument just before nightfall. It gives one soft note as you walk by. You stop and smile. It's the kind of music that doesn't want applause, just awareness. Twilight falls slow and soft, like someone dimming the sky with a well-worn cloth. The temple is unusually still tonight. No music, no footsteps, not even the usual rustle of scrolls or clatter of olive jars. Just a quiet that doesn't feel empty, only complete. You're sitting at the edge of the main sanctuary steps, a warm cup of something herbal in your hands. There's a quiet procession behind you, pilgrims moving slowly, respectfully, carrying no instruments, speaking no words. They gather in a half circle around the altar, and there she is, Athena, standing tall beneath the owl-carved archway, her armor reduced to a soft glint beneath her cloak, her expression not cold tonight, but measured, thoughtful, as though she's preparing to turn a page she's rewritten too many times. You can feel it in the air. This is the night it happens. The ban. The final decree. She steps forward, holding nothing but a single scroll. No thunderbolts, no shield, no owls on patrol. When she speaks, her voice carries like a memory. I have heard too many songs that asked to be remembered, and too few silences that asked to be understood. She unrolls the scroll. It's blank. Not a mistake. A gesture. She lets it hang in the air like a flag that flutters without allegiance. You have sung, she says, and sung again. You've sung until the meaning dulled, and the walls echoed back only imitation. So now, she lowers the scroll. I choose a new sound. She lifts her hand, and for the first time in temple history, she calls for quiet, not enforced, not punished, invited. The flames in the braziers dim, not extinguished, just softened. The owl on her shoulder closes its eyes. Somewhere, a wind chime in the distance rings once, then stills. You feel the change. It doesn't crash down like a law. It settles like dusk around you. Everyone bows, not in submission, but in agreement. And slowly, one by one, they leave their offerings at the altar. Folded notes, silent tokens, bits of thread, stones shaped like question marks. Nothing sings, nothing speaks. It is the first and last fully silent ritual ever held on Olympus. And it works. Because the silence doesn't feel like absence anymore. It feels like the answer. You remain after the others go, watching Athena place the blank scroll onto the altar stone. No chisel marks, no declaration, just silence, offered back to the world it came from. She turns to leave, but then stops. She looks at you and asks, not aloud, but in a glance, "Do you understand now?" You nod, not because you know everything, but because you don't need to say anything. That's the lesson. Some temples echo, but some listen. So now, everything is quiet again. Not the kind of quiet that leaves your ears searching for something. No, this silence is full, weighted, settled into the temple like a blanket after long conversation. The wind is still. The braziers burn low. The chimes, those once rebellious strips of bronze, are content not to ring. You sit beneath an olive tree, breath slowed, body heavy with the softness that follows understanding. Above you, Athena's sanctuary stands unshaken. No cracks in the marble, no echoes left looping, just stillness. For a long time, the gods tried to speak through song, through poetry, through rattling rhythm and reverb, and people sang back, hoping to be heard, but in the end, it was not a perfect lyric that brought peace here. It was the space between all that noise, a silence curated like art, a pause that holds more than a chorus ever could. Athena knew it all along, of course. She didn't want temples empty of feeling. She wanted them filled with thought, not applause, not crescendo, just presence, reverent, wordless. As you rise to leave, you notice something etched onto the step you nearly tripped on your first day here. You missed it before. It says, simply, "If you're listening, you're welcome." No music, no thunder, just that. And that's enough. Now let yourself settle, too. Let the last sounds fall away. Let your breath slow until even it starts to blend with the dark. Let your thoughts move like clouds, soft, passing, untangled. The sanctuary is still. The gods are quiet. And you are ready to rest. Good night. When Zeus forgot every mortal's name, we are standing on a windswept slope of Mount Olympus, not in the throne room or under some glowing prophecy ceiling, but just outside a goat pen Zeus forgot he owns. There's the faint smell of storm clouds and fried thyme in the air. and if you squint, you can see one of his old sandals lodged in a tree from a thunderbolt tantrum years ago. It starts with a thunderbolt that doesn't go where it's told. You're standing beside Zeus as he narrows his eyes and throws it with his usual dramatic flair. But instead of striking its intended target, a very smug storm sprite, it spirals sideways and zaps a tree full of pears. The tree, understandably offended, drops all its fruit at once. Zeus frowns. You watch as he squints, tilts his head, and mutters something like, "Wait, who was I aiming at again?" He scratches his beard. Was it, what's his name? From the peninsula? Or, no, the sheep guy? Which sheep guy? You ask, helpfully. Zeus waves vaguely at the horizon. You know, that mortal who made the shrine, with the, knees? You blink. The shrine, with the knees? Zeus nods slowly. Definitely knees involved. That's when you realize he's forgotten. Not just a name. All the names. Mortals. Entire villages. Whole generations of offerings and prayers and marble statues of his abs. Gone. Just a jumble of vague shapes and indistinct bearded figures wearing tunics in his divine memory vault. He tries to play it off. Mortal names are a recent invention, he says. Unnecessary. I go by energy signatures now. You ask what that means. It means I recognize vibes, he replies firmly, as if this is very high-level theology. You spend the rest of the morning watching him attempt to vibe recognize his way through Mount Olympus's mail. Spoiler. It doesn't go well. He opens a scroll, reads it. He says, "From Theodolos, son of Agapios." He stares at you. Is that a real name? You nod. Sounds fake, he mutters, tossing the scroll into the hearth. By midday, it becomes clear that something is wrong. He tries checking the book of petitioners. Nothing. Every name feels unfamiliar. He reads Penelope of Ithaca and frowns like someone trying to identify a sandwich ingredient from memory. Didn't I give her a wish once? She's the clever one. Husband with the boat. Zeus nods. Right, boat girl. You watch him descend into mild panic. But of course, being Zeus, he doesn't show it as panic. He shows it as lightning squints and sullen cloud formations. He storms through the upper halls of Olympus muttering, "They'll never know. I'll just call them all blessed child." They love that. Hermes, leaning casually against a pillar, grins. "You forgot, didn't you?" "I forget nothing," Zeus says, immediately walking into a decorative urn. Hermes raises an eyebrow. "Name the last 3 mortals who sacrificed a goat in your honor." Zeus stares into space. "Give me a hint. One was named after your uncle. Poseidon? That's just Poseidon with an extra syllable. Still counts. The truth finally settles in like fog rolling over a mountain. Zeus, Lord of the skies, has forgotten the names of every mortal. The old ones, the new ones, the guy who named his sheep Zeus Jr., all of them. It's not a curse, not a trick, not even divine punishment. It's a glitch. Some combination of divine distraction, ego overload, and maybe one too many ambrosia and chill nights. The immortal mind simply reached capacity. A real academic theory. Yes, there is one. Once argued that even in myth, gods suffer from narrative overload. Too many prayers, too many stories, too many overlapping myths across regions. Even Zeus, the almighty pattern recognizer, eventually loses track. And now here he is, standing in his own throne room, looking at the map of the known world like someone trying to remember which fork goes with dessert. He turns to you. "We're going to fix this," he declares. "How?" He smiles, a little too wide. "I'm going to do what I always do. Pretend you didn't forget. No." He raises a finger. "Blame someone else." You exhale. It's going to be a long week. It begins, as all divine blame shifting does, with a scroll and a scapegoat. Zeus, still fuming gently like a volcano trying to stay relevant, calls an emergency meeting in the Sky Hall. You're summoned early, before the ambrosia's even been filtered. And you arrive to find the god of thunder pacing back and forth with a crumpled census scroll in one hand and a fig tart in the other. "Someone," he announces, waving both wildly, "has tampered with my mortal recognition protocols." You raise a hand. "That's not a real thing." "It is now." He snaps. The census scroll, once a proud record of every mortal's name, lineage, and goat-related offering, is now an incomprehensible mess. Names are blurred. Towns are mislabeled. One entire column appears to have been replaced with the word Steve. Zeus squints. "Who's Steve?" "No one." You reply. "He's everywhere." Zeus growls. Hermes arrives mid-crisis, juggling grapes and a sarcastic smirk. "You called?" Zeus thrusts the scroll at him. "Behold, evidence of mortal names sabotage." Hermes reads it upside down. Looks like a standard divine memory dump. You probably archived their names under miscellaneous P again. Zeus scowls. "Why would I do that?" "Because you alphabetize by planetary vibe." Zeus turns to you, arms crossed. "Fine, then I'll check the master copy." "The what copy?" "The backup list." Zeus says, "Handwritten, locked in a cloud vault, sealed with a thought." You blink. "You have a handwritten backup of every mortal's name?" He smiles proudly. "Of course, I'm not an amateur." You both teleport to the vault. It's less impressive than expected. A small cloud hut shaped vaguely like a filing cabinet floats on the edge of Olympus. Inside, rows of dusty parchment. One lazy cherub asleep on a pile of scrolls, and a locked cabinet labeled, "Do not touch. Names of mortals. Important." Zeus walks up, places his palm on the seal, and whispers, "Password is Thunderdad 2023. It doesn't open. "Try uppercase," you suggest. He does. Still nothing. "Maybe you changed it?" He frowns. "That's ridiculous. I'd never change. Wait. Unless I changed it during the Bacchus solstice party?" You stare. He digs around for the emergency key. There isn't one. Eventually, Hermes appears behind you holding a goblet. "Try I am Zeus. 23. The cabinet clicks. Inside, scrolls upon scrolls, neatly labeled by region, deity affiliation, and occasional wine stain. Zeus pulls one at random and reads aloud. "Mortals of the western provinces, Amalthea, Phaidon, Yogurtio." He pauses. "Yogurtio?" You peek over his shoulder. "That says Yorgos." "I knew that," Zeus mumbles. He flips through a few more. Each name seems familiar at first, but then fades, like trying to recall a dream you woke from too fast. The memory's not just gone. It's slippery, half present, fuzzy around the vowels. "I know these mortals," Zeus whispers. "I remember. Their faces, their offerings. One of them gave me that really good honey bread. the round kind, baked by Despina. Hermes offers. Zeus brightens. Yes, that's the one. And you called her Deborah by accident. Hermes adds. Zeus frowns. I did. Twice. The scroll falls from his hands. Why can I remember the bread, he says, but not her name? You watch him sit, actually sit, on a low thunderstool, his brow creased. Not angry now, just confused. Maybe it's not sabotage. You suggest gently. He looks up. Maybe it's overload. You continue. There are thousands of them. Mortals. They change. They name children after themselves. They switch regions. They grow new crops. You've got festivals overlapping festivals. Festivals for goats. Hermes adds. Festivals named after goats. You clarify. Festivals married to goats. Hermes nods, solemnly. Zeus groans. I should have stuck with floods. The truth settles between you. He didn't forget because he was careless. He forgot because he tried to remember too much. It's not that he doesn't love his mortals. It's that he once knew all their names. And now they've multiplied, changed, blurred together like a fresco left out in the rain. I named some of them myself. Zeus murmurs, blessed their cradles, watched them grow up. And now? Hermes asks. Zeus sighs. Now they're strangers. That night, he writes something on the vault wall. It isn't a spell. It isn't a decree. It's a note. If I forget your name, I will still remember your light. And below it, also reset password monthly. By dawn, Zeus has a plan. It's not a good plan, but it's loud, shiny, and involves pointing at maps dramatically. So naturally, he's committed to it. I'll go down there, he says, thundering over breakfast, to the mortal world, myself. Reconnect, reaffirm, rememorize. You stare at him. You're going to personally visit every mortal and relearn their names? Exactly. There are millions. He waves a hand. That's what assistants are for. You glance at Hermes, who is currently balancing a peach on one toe and clearly not listening. Do you even remember where mortals live? You ask. Zeus puffs his chest. Of course, I have their locations memorized. He gestures to the giant map on the wall, an aged parchment showing the known Greek world, with everything labeled incorrectly. You step closer. There's a town called Goatville, where Delphi should be. An island named that one with the nice beach. An entire region marked probably Thessaly. Is this your mortal memory map? You ask. It's a working draft, he says. Hermes peeks over your shoulder. You labeled Sparta as angry joggers, which is accurate. Zeus mutters. You sigh. This is how you end up traveling with Zeus to Arcadia. The journey is dramatic. You take a cloud. He insists on conjuring lightning for propulsion. It jolts every time he tries to remember where the river bends. Eventually, you descend gently, awkwardly, into a sun-drenched valley, all wild thyme and fig trees. Shepherds glance up as the king of gods lands among them, his robe glinting like a disco curtain, sandals pristine, beard freshly oiled. A small child offers him a loaf of barley bread. He smiles and places a hand on her head. Ah yes, you must be. He pauses. Little grain? The child stares. Zeus turns to an old man beside her. And you, good sir, you look like... weren't you a fisherman? I've been a shepherd all my life. Ah, of course. Zeus nods. I knew that. From the wool? The man is not holding any wool. Zeus spends the afternoon visiting every household in the village. He greets them all like old friends while clearly not remembering a single one. That one's name is probably Demetra, he whispers to you. That's a goat. You reply. He doesn't blink. Still counts. Word spreads quickly. Zeus is in town. He's forgotten everyone's names, but he's trying. The villagers, to their credit, respond with a bizarre kind of enthusiasm. They invite him to dinner. They bring him wine. They pretend to be people they aren't, just to see if he notices. He doesn't. One man introduces himself as King Melon, High Priest of Goats. Zeus bows solemnly. A woman says she's Zephyria, the wind breather. Zeus calls it a noble craft. At one point, Zeus points to a child and says, I remember you. You're the one who used to cry during sacrifices. No, says the child. That's my sister. Right, Zeus says, confidently, the shrieker. You retreat to the edge of the village with a cup of warm wine, watching the king of gods get increasingly tangled in a web of well-intended fibs and forgotten offerings. A local historian, a wiry man with a clay tablet and a very judgmental expression, sidles up to you. He used to remember everyone, he says. You nod. Used to walk into the agora and call out names like thunder. Euphemia, he'd shout. Stop giving burnt figs. Your father makes better ones. It was terrifying and oddly specific. What happened? The historian shrugs. Too many names. Not enough time. We kept multiplying. He stopped visiting. One day he called my grandmother Herbal Fishwoman, and we just let him forget. You look back at Zeus, now balancing 3 toddlers on his shoulders while trying to name a rooster. And you're okay with that? You ask. The man smiles faintly. We don't need him to remember everything, just that we're here. That night, the village throws a feast. It's rustic, beautiful, olives, goat cheese, honey. Music played softly on a lyre. Zeus sits at the head table, golden, smiling, trying not to call the mayor Greg. And for a moment, you see something shift. He stops asking names, stops guessing. He just listens, watches, laughs at the jokes, even the ones at his own expense. He smiles at a child and doesn't try to name her, just hands her a fig and lets that be enough. Later, as the stars bloom over Arcadia, you find him staring into the fire. I didn't remember a single name, he says. No, you reply. But they'll remember that you came. He nods. Slow. Then adds, still pretty sure that goat was named Demetra. The next morning, Zeus tries a different strategy. You know what the problem is, he says, stretching like someone who didn't trip over 3 sleeping goats in the night. You sip your barley tea, that you forgot the names of every mortal under your domain and are now improvising entire identities with alarming confidence. He waves you off. Besides that, the problem is I'm relying on the wrong kind of memory. He thumps his chest. I need something more intuitive, something emotional, something visual. You pause mid-sip. You're going to paint? Zeus grins. This is how you end up back on Olympus, seated in what used to be the Grand War Chamber and is now a very chaotic memory reconstruction studio. The floor is covered in scrolls, charcoals, and various attempts at art therapy. There's a painting of a cloud that's labeled "Definitely Not Sparta," and a doodle of a man named Big Nose Wheat Guy. Hermes walks past and glances at the sketches. "You've just drawn the same beard 17 times. They're different," Zeus says. "That one's a fisherman. That one's probably a judge. They all look like your reflection." Zeus considers this. "It's a good beard. You ask how this is supposed to help. I'm going to sketch every mortal I can remember by face," he says proudly. "If I can't recall the name, I'll capture the essence." You try not to laugh. "You're doing divine facial composites?" "Yes, and if that fails, I'll move to personality-based categorization." Hermes raises an eyebrow. "Like filing mortals by vibe?" "Exactly." He conjures a scroll and begins writing headings. "Friendly goat people, overachievers with strong calves, cried at altars, but in a good way, offered too many onions, might be named demos, but not sure, within an hour." The scroll is 6 feet long and thoroughly incoherent. A sample entry: "That woman with the laugh like a rain barrel. She gave figs. I liked her. Name?" Apollo swings by to offer musical memory reinforcement, which consists of composing individual jingles for each mortal Zeus can vaguely describe. "Let's try this one," he says, strumming his lyre. "Here comes that man with the nervous goat who tripped on olives and couldn't float." "No," Zeus mutters. "That makes me less sure." By midday, the project has attracted accidental volunteers. Muses stop by. One Nereid brings snacks and opinions. Even Dionysus shows up, insisting he once knew a mortal named Tostia the Unburnable, and drawing a portrait that is clearly just a wine bottle in a wig. Athena appears briefly, surveys the chaos, and adds one note to the corner of Zeus's scroll. "Memory is not a filing system. It's a story you forget forward. No one knows what that means, but everyone pretends they do." Meanwhile, the studio fills with drawings, fragmented names, vague descriptions, and dozens of scrolls titled "Maybe from Corinth." Zeus paces, occasionally stopping to admire his own rendering of friendly bread vendor Nurger 7, whose only identifying trait is "smelled like Tuesday." You glance at his central wall, where he's pinned the portraits he's proudest of. The center of it all is a large sketch labeled simply, "Her." You ask who she is? He shrugs. "No idea, but she smiled like thunder rolling uphill." A real-world theory suggests ancient memory was often associative, not linear. People remembered others by place, action, scent, or gesture, long before names mattered. Names came later, like captions to feelings. Zeus seems to understand this instinctively now. By sunset, he's no closer to recovering exact names, but he's laughing more, recalling faces. The man who braided garlic into wreaths, the twins who raced their donkeys to the temple steps, the boy who fell asleep during his own naming ceremony. "They're not names anymore," he tells you quietly. "They're moments." You sit with him in the studio, surrounded by sketches, scribbles, and a still singing Apollo. "Do you feel better?" you ask. Zeus smiles. I don't know who they were, he says, but I remember that I loved them. That night, he writes one last line across the top of his scroll wall. Every face is still a prayer, even without a name. And for the first time in days, he sleeps. By the next morning, news of Zeus's memory meltdown has spread across Olympus like spilled nectar on polished marble. And naturally, Hera finds out. You arrive at the cloud garden just in time to see her sitting beneath a towering pomegranate tree, calmly peeling fruit with a knife shaped like a question. She doesn't look up when you approach. She doesn't need to. She already knows. So, she says, slicing delicately, my husband has forgotten every mortal's name. You nod cautiously. That would be, accurate. She eats the seed, slowly. Convenient, she says. You shift uncomfortably. He's trying to fix it. She smiles, but it's the kind of smile owls make when mice think they're safe. This isn't the first time, You blink. He's forgotten mortals before? No, Hera says, but he's pretended to. She sets down the fruit and folds her hands. Once, he called a very devoted priestess in Mycenae Persephone for an entire harvest season. You gasp softly. What did she do? She thought it was a compliment, built an entire shrine, dedicated it to Zeus, Lord of confused romance. There's a long pause. Hera tilts her head. Tell me, what has he actually done to recover the names? You rattle off the list. Arcadian visits, memory scrolls, jingle-based mnemonic systems, sketches of strangers with vague compliments underneath. She snorts. Athena says he's trying to build identity through emotional resonance. You add, that means nothing, Hera replies, standing up. He's improvising, which means it's time for me to step in. You follow her down the garden path toward her private chambers. Less throne room, more bureaucratic fortress. Scrolls line the walls. Tiny doves sort paperwork with military precision. In the center of the room sits a glowing chest labeled Emergency Protocol, Emotional Damage Control. Is that always here? You ask. Hera doesn't answer. She's already unlocking it. Inside, dozens of scrolls, each labeled with phrases like Annual Apology Calendar, Pretend You Remember Their Goat, and Flattery Templates, Regional Variants. She selects one titled Divine Amnesia as Strategic Maneuver. She unrolls it across the table. This, she says crisply, is how we spin it. You read it. It's a full campaign plan. A rebrand. Hera intends to turn Zeus's memory lapse into a celestial loyalty test. The narrative, she explains, pacing, is simple. He forgot names not from neglect, but because he wanted to remember your deeds instead. Your sacrifices, your hearts. You blink. That's kind of brilliant. It's true enough, she shrugs. And mortals adore a redemption arc. She calls for a herald. Within minutes, flyers are being conjured and launched across the skies in shimmering gold letters. Zeus remembers your spirit. Names are merely mortal. And your deeds speak louder than syllables. The god who feels more than he labels. One even says, you, yes you. He didn't forget. He just feels you differently now. Apollo sees one flyby and mutters, that's emotional gaslighting in iambic trimeter. Thank you, Hera says, not looking up. By sundown, the message has reached every city-state, island, pasture, and fishing dock. Mortals begin whispering to one another. Zeus remembers my sacrifice. He sees my soul. He forgot my name, but not my worth. Meanwhile, Zeus is in his robe, sipping stormwater tea and staring blankly at a scroll he just signed to that guy with the chickens. Blessings. When you explain Hera's plan, he lights up. She's a genius, he says. A terrifying, pomegranate-scented genius. Do you want to thank her? You ask. Zeus looks out the window. No, he says, but I'll buy her a very expensive mirror. In the days that follow, Hera's spin works. Mortals stop asking to be remembered by name. They start writing to Zeus in more abstract ways. Your servant with the long memory and bad knees, the one who once danced badly in your honor. She who dropped her offering into a well, but meant well. Zeus replies to each, often with the same sentence. I remember you, even if he doesn't. And oddly, it's enough. At some point, someone suggests a quiz. Not a punishment, not a ceremony, just a quiz. Athena, naturally. You hear about it during a casual stroll past the Hall of Measured Thought, where all good ideas go to be tested, and all bad ones go to be argued about for 17 scrolls before being politely rejected. Athena is at her marble desk, dipping a quill into ink with the kind of focus usually reserved for battlefield formations or public policy disasters. When you lean over her shoulder, you see the title, Olympian Mortality Recognition Quiz, for use in diagnostic ego adjustments. You raise an eyebrow. She does not look up. Zeus insists he remembers mortals by spirit. She says, I want to see if he remembers them at all. Within the hour, you're back in the main hall of Olympus, watching as Zeus sits, somewhat nervously, at a golden writing table with the quiz in front of him. There are 3 sections. Name, matching. Identify the correct name based on a short description, offering recall. Match the mortal with their last recorded sacrifice. Emotional memory. Prompt. Choose the emotion most associated with this mortal's visit. First prompt. This fisherman lost his net at sea and prayed for calm tides. You granted him a single, perfect catch. His name was... Zeus squints. Fish face? You cough. Fisher. Fred. You shake your head. He sighs. I'm going to put possibly Thales and move on. Second section. A widow brought you 3 jars of honey. You blessed her olive tree. What did she bring the next year? Jam? Zeus guesses. You flip the page. He's not doing well. Hermes leans over your shoulder, chewing on a fig. This quiz has got to sting. He asked for it. You whisper. No. Hermes says. Athena asked for it. He agreed out of hubris. Section 3 is even worse. How did you feel when Lysa of Thessaly cried at your altar after her son survived the winter plague? Zeus reads it. Pauses. Then quietly says, Ashamed I didn't notice sooner. You look at him. That one, you think, was real. The quiz ends. Athena tallies the score. There are many sighs, a few eye rolls, and one note that simply reads, See me after class. Results? Zeus asks, trying to look casual. Athena places the scroll gently on the table. You scored 12 out of 50. He frowns. That's not failing. She adds, The bar was set at 20. He scowls. Names are arbitrary, he mutters. Athena nods. But memory is not. There's a pause. Then she says, more gently, the mortals don't need you to remember everything. Just remember them. Zeus doesn't respond. Not right away. But later, you find him alone on the edge of the sky, sketching constellations into the clouds with a fingertip. Stars shift under his touch. Shapes form. You see a goat, a fisherman's net, a woman holding a jar of honey. Small symbols, quiet and glowing. None with names, but all placed with care. Below, on Earth, mortals begin noticing new stars. They don't know what they're called, but somehow they feel remembered. Zeus has a new idea. That's never a relaxing sentence. You're in the lower courtyard of Olympus, sipping fig leaf tea, when he strides in wearing a fresh toga and an expression that suggests either divine clarity or a very recent lightning accident. I've solved it, he announces. You brace yourself. No more names, he says. From now on, I'll assign everyone theme music. You stare at him. Theme? Music? Yes, mortals will be remembered not by what they're called, but by how they sound. Each gets their own personal jingle. Hermes, passing by with a basket of aggressively ripe plums, pauses. You're tagging humans like musical livestock? Tagging is such a negative word, Zeus replies. I'm celebrating their essence. Within hours, he's enlisted Apollo, several bored satyrs, and a muse who claims she once dated a bagpipe. Together, they begin composing the mortal soundtrack registry. You are not prepared. The workshop is a disaster of flutes, lyres, and what appears to be a tambourine powered by moonlight. Scrolls cover every surface. One reads, Demetrios from Naxos, wistful oboe over donkey hooves, Pyrrha of Lesbos, wind chimes with echo harp. Sounds like a memory. That guy with the big nose who brought onions twice. Slow kazoo in minor key. Apollo is in his element. He's got his sleeves rolled up and is humming into a seashell to test the bass. Every now and then he yells, "Get me more bells," and someone throws him a xylophone. Won't this take forever, you ask? Not if we embrace impressionistic scoring. Apollo says. Hermes, lounging with his feet on a cloud, offers his services too. I'll handle percussion, emotionally. The results are mixed. Some themes are beautiful, atmospheric, almost divine. Others are, charitably speaking, chaos in audio form. You overhear one test theme that sounds like a goat arguing with a harp underwater. Who's that for? You ask. Zeus frowns. Might be Melaton the cheesemaker, or possibly a dream I had. A real academic once speculated that memory in ancient cultures was tied less to names than to rhythms and oral cues. A way to attach identity to sound, not symbols. What Zeus is doing now. It's that, turned up to 11. By week's end, the project has expanded wildly. Temple archives are updated to include sonic notations. Priests begin composing their prayers with musical footnotes. One village hosts a Name by Sound festival, during which an elderly woman is honored with a flute and crow chorus titled She Who Smells of Mint. Back on Olympus, the registry grows. Zeus beams with pride. See? No need to remember Argyros, son of Glycon. I just hear the dum-dum dee-dee and know it's him. But what if someone else has the same theme? They'll duel for it. Duel? With pan flutes. The gods, to their credit, don't protest much. Even Athena admits it's less foolish than the fruit-based filing system. Eventually, Zeus gets his own theme. It's dramatic. Heavy percussion. A lot of thunder. But tucked beneath it, a soft lyre. You ask Apollo about it. Added that myself, he says. It's the part of him that forgets. The part that tries. Ian, and you realize this isn't about mortals anymore. It's about Zeus needing to feel connected. Not above, not apart. Just aware of the lives unfolding beneath the clouds. Late that night, you hear a melody drifting across the sky. No words, no names. Just a tune that feels warm and familiar. Someone down below is being remembered. Even if Zeus can't say their name, he still hears their song. You find Zeus the next morning sitting in the middle of the cloud orchard, eating grapes directly from the vine and humming a tune that sounds vaguely like a lullaby composed by a weather pattern. He's surrounded by scrolls. Again. But this time, they're not census reports or memory quizzes. They're thank you notes, stacks of them, tied with olive ribbon. Some are stained with wine, a few with tears. Many are just bits of pottery shards, scratched with charcoal lines that say things like, "To the God who brought back the rain, thanks for the fig tree bloom, even if it was probably just spring. Bless you for not smiting my cousin. He deserved it." But still, you sit beside Zeus and watch as he reads them slowly. He doesn't say much, just nods from time to time, smiles, crinkles his brow when someone calls him Zoes by mistake. "You know," he says softly, "they didn't even use names in most of these." You glance at one. It simply says, "You knew I was scared, and the storm stopped. Thank you." He looks at you. "I don't remember her," he says, "but I remember doing that." A real historian might point out that gratitude in ancient worship wasn't always name-specific. Offerings were made with gestures, rituals, actions, a kind of spiritual shorthand for connection, not resume building. Sometimes you didn't say who you were. You just left honey and hoped the god understood. Zeus finally understands that part. To test this, he decides to pay a visit to mortals again, this time anonymously. No peacocking, no lightning bolt chariot, just walking. You're understandably nervous. But to your surprise, he changes his robes, dims the glow in his beard, and sets out looking like a perfectly ordinary, overconfident uncle. You arrive at a small fishing village where people greet each other by gesture more than name. They know who's who by what bread they bake, or what curses they mutter at the sea. Zeus blends in, sort of. He tries to help a woman mend a net and ends up tying it into a surprisingly competent sculpture of a hippocampus. "That's art," she says. "I meant it to be a square," he replies. Later, he helps a child gather driftwood and listens patiently while the boy explains why one piece is definitely magic and the others are probably just wet. The boy never asks his name. He just grins and says, "You seem nice. Want to come eat soup?" So you do. That evening, the village gathers around a crackling fire. Someone plays a rough melody on a reed flute. Another person tells a story about a time the waves rose high, and a strange man with a deep voice shouted at the sky, and the sea listened. They all laugh. They know it's a myth. Probably. You glance at Zeus. He's smiling. Not like a god being praised, but like a person being remembered. The next morning, someone has left a bundle of dried herbs at the spot where Zeus slept. No name. No note. Just acknowledgement. You climb back to Olympus in silence. Later that day, Zeus adds something new to his wall of memory sketches. It's not a portrait. It's not a name. It's just a circle. Inside it, a single word. Enough. Because for the first time in a long time, he's starting to believe that being known by name is not the same as being known. It happens at dinner. A modest affair by Olympus standards. No dancing bears, no sky confetti, just a long table under starlight and some very judgmental olives. You're seated near Dionysus, who is already halfway through his second amphora of fermented fig surprise, and across from Athena, who keeps narrowing her eyes at the roasted artichokes like they've offended logic. Zeus arrives late. No fanfare, no thunder, just walks in and takes a seat. Everyone turns. You hold your breath. This is the first full gathering since the whole. Who are all these mortals again? Crisis. You expect mocking, jokes, maybe a goat joke. Definitely from Ares. Instead, it's Hestia who speaks first. She passes Zeus a plate. I saved the warm bread, she says. He nods, quietly. The meal continues, until Hermes, predictably, decides it's time for mischief. He leans back in his chair, balancing a spoon on his nose. Hey, father, he says casually. Do you remember my first sacrifice? Zeus doesn't blink. Stole a cow from Apollo, he says. Correct. Hermes grins. Gave me a turtle shell and half a fig. That's better than my last offering. Hermes shrugs. I gave myself a day off. Everyone chuckles. Then Apollo clears his throat. And what about me? Zeus squints. Sun chariot, harp solos. That time you turned a shepherd into a laurel bush. You still get letters about that. Apollo mutters. It was poetic. Overreaction. Artemis coughs. Then Ares leans forward, elbows on the table, eyes gleaming. And me? There's a pause. Zeus finally replies. You once challenged a salad to a duel. Because it mocked me, Ares says defensively. The table bursts into laughter. Zeus leans back and takes a long breath. He looks around. I don't remember everything, he admits. A quiet settles. Even Dionysus puts down his wine. Zeus continues. I've forgotten names, places, even some prayers. But I remember your stories. I remember your laughter. The weird stuff. The small stuff. He looks at Demeter. You once gave a farmer an entire wheat field in exchange for naming his pig after you. It was a very good pig, she says. He nods at Hephaestus. You built me a lightning caddy out of seashells when I was too tired to stand. Still functional. Hephaestus grunts. He glances at Hera, who's pretending not to listen. You once rewrote my entire speech because I forgot to mention barley, he says softly. She gives him a single nod, but her spoon stirs her stew with just a little more care. Then he turns to you. I don't remember your name, he says. But I remember that you stayed, even when I got the fig guy confused with the river. You smile. He raises his goblet. To memory, he says. Not the perfect kind, not the polished kind, the kind that stumbles, but holds. Everyone raises their glasses, even Athena, especially Athena, because in that moment, no one cares about names. They care that he's trying, that he's present. And maybe that's all mortals ever wanted anyway. Not a god who knows every syllable, but a god who shows up, confused and humbled, and still chooses to sit at the table. That night, after the plates are cleared and the constellations have shifted slightly in their frames, Zeus walks alone to the edge of the mountain. You follow. He stares out at the mortal world, tiny fires in distant valleys, villages tucked into hills, boats drifting toward nowhere in particular. You know, he says, I may never get the names back. That's okay, you reply. He nods. Maybe, he says. I'll just call them all by their best moment. Then he laughs, low and sleepy. That guy with the giant turnip, the woman who told off a thundercloud, the child who fell asleep mid-prayer. He grins. I remember those. It starts raining frogs. Well, one frog, technically. You're halfway through an afternoon nap in the temple of moderate weather requests when a dull plop hits your scroll. You blink, look up, and see a very large, very confused amphibian blinking back at you from the top of your knee. Moments later, a booming voice echoes across the courtyard. Who ordered amphibian precipitation? Zeus. You groan and wipe frog prints off your parchment. Turns out, it wasn't his fault. Mostly, see, ever since his mortal name meltdown, Zeus has started granting very vague wishes. He's afraid of assigning blessings to the wrong person. So instead of saying, ah yes, Cleon of Corinth, you get rain for your barley, he's been granting prayers by approximate vibe. Hence, frog. You find him in the Sky Bureau, surrounded by glowing tablets labeled things like general gratitude energy and desperation but with optimism. He's building a new system, a kind of emotional sorting hat for divine requests. I'm calling it the Cloud Queue, he says proudly. Mortals submit a feeling. I respond in kind. So the person who prayed for joy got frogs? They radiated bounce. You massage your temples. A passing satyr drops off a note that reads, Please, Lord Zeus, send something green to bless my marriage. He looks at it and shrugs. See, could be a frog, could be asparagus. Who am I to interpret nuance? A few hours later, an orchard in Thessaly gets a rain of peas. Word begins to spread. Zeus is still listening, but now his responses are symbolic, unpredictable, and sometimes oddly edible. A widow in Sparta prays for comfort. She receives a perfectly ripe mango on her doorstep. A farmer in Crete asks for protection during drought. His cows all grow extra long eyelashes, which somehow improves their mood and milk yield. The priests are furious. This undermines our entire ritual schedule. One shouts. Apollo is delighted. Poetry, my friends, it's all poetry. He even writes a scroll called The Abstract Blessing and the Divine Shrug. Back in the Sky Bureau, Zeus continues refining the Cloud Queue. He starts sketching little symbols for emotional categories, for longing, for panic, for persistent hunger, for unclear but sincere affection. He claims the system is more democratic, more intuitive. But the reality? He's afraid to say a mortal's name and get it wrong. I called a woman Eurydice last week, he says quietly. She was definitely not Eurydice. You pause. What did she say? She laughed. He replies. Said it sounded nicer than her real one. He sighs. But that's not the point. Maybe it is. You offer. Maybe remembering exactly isn't as important as remembering gently. Zeus looks out the window at the world below. Rivers winding like thoughts. Houses clustered like hopes. I used to think knowing their names meant power, he says. Now I think maybe it just meant I wasn't afraid to know them. There's a long silence. Then thunder, soft and low. Rumbles in the distance, not angry, just thoughtful. That evening, he updates the cloud queue rules. If I forget your name, I will bless what you feel instead. If I miss your offering, I will hear your silence. If I cannot call you, I will still see you. The priests eventually adapt. They start translating offerings into mood boards. Temples fill with interpretive art, musical humming rituals, and one ambitious oracle who writes entire prophecies in scented candle form. And the mortals? They don't mind. A man in Boeotia gets exactly the weather he didn't know he needed. A child praying for courage receives a cloak that always feels like sunshine. A baker hoping for peace finds her dough rises perfectly every morning. Just enough. It's not precise. It's not labeled, but it's real. Even the frogs, especially the frogs, word count 100, waiting for continue. Section 11. You find Aries sitting on a rock, sulking. That's not particularly unusual. He does that roughly 3 times a week. But this time, it's not because someone out-wrestled him or because Artemis called him emotionally decorative. This time, it's because Zeus called him that guy from Crete to his face. During a war meeting, Ares kicks a pebble with great force. It travels a short distance, bounces off a tree, and lands in his own lap. You okay? You ask, gently. He mutters. He called me the Crete guy. I'm the god of war. Technically, you were standing next to someone from Crete. It was Dionysus in a hat. You sit beside him as he stews in divine indignation. This is when Ares decides to take action. He reinvents himself, not by changing his wardrobe, still leather and permanent sweat. Not by renaming his temples. No. He tries to reintroduce himself to Zeus, under a new name. New branding, he explains. If he doesn't remember me as Ares, maybe he'll remember me as Warrioress the Relentless. You blink. That sounds like a children's toothpaste. Or how about Margius Maximus, he asks. That's just Latin Ares with a cape. He grins. Exactly. For the next several days, Ares appears at every meeting, festival, and casual divine breakfast under a different persona. General Thunderpunch carried 3 swords, none practical. Dionysus, but meaner, confused everyone. Crete guy after all. Hurtful, but poetic. Each time, Zeus fails to recognize him, or worse, calls him friend. Big shoulders, or, the loud one. Ares begins to spiral. I've defeated armies, he mutters over wine, turned tides, invented the motivational shout, and he forgets me? Maybe he's intimidated. you say. He raises an eyebrow. By your emotional depth. He scoffs, but quietly. The tipping point comes at a small festival on the edge of Phocis. Ares decides to bless a group of young warriors with courage. Standard stuff. But when he arrives in full regalia and declares himself Hrathgar, son of Thunder Elbows, the villagers just ask if he's here to sell pickles. He storms off. That night, he finds Zeus in the sky garden, trimming a cloud hedge into something vaguely owl-shaped. Zeus turns, smiles. Ah, you're the soldier guy. Ares glares. You forgot my name. Zeus pauses, sets down the hedge clippers. Yes, he says, I did. Ares stares. I forgot it, Zeus says again. But I remember you. The way you always walk 2 steps ahead in battle, like you're dragging the day forward. The way you press your thumb against your temple when you're trying not to yell at Apollo. The way you love mortals more than you'll ever admit, even when they disappoint you. A long silence. Then, softly, I remember that when a village burned, you stood in the ashes and helped dig graves. Ares looks away. I wasn't crying. I had smoke in my eye. I know, Zeus says. He steps closer. I may not say your name right, but I've never forgotten who you are. Ares shifts, unsure, finally mutters, Fine, but I'm keeping Warrioris for merch purposes. Zeus laughs. Ares doesn't, but he allows the laugh to happen nearby. Later, when you return to your quarters, you find a package on your bed. It's a small pin, stamped with the words, Hello, my name is Still Me, and tucked beneath it, a note from Ares. Just in case he forgets again, you pin it to your tunic, not because you think Zeus will forget you, but because it reminds you you're more than a name. Somewhere near the edge of the mortal realm, a cartographer starts a rumor. That's how it always begins, not with a prophecy or a divine sign, but with a man holding a quill and a dangerous amount of curiosity. He publishes a map. It's beautiful, inked by hand, shaded with crushed olive leaves, detailed with tiny goats no larger than your fingernail. But in the middle of the page, where names should be, he writes, Here live the nameless. Mortals start whispering. Is it a forgotten kingdom? A lost city? A divine punishment? Or, just maybe, a place where no one needs to be remembered to belong? You travel there with Zeus, because he hears the rumors too. He doesn't say why he wants to go, only that it's good to walk again, which is God-speak, for I need to see something with my actual eyeballs. The journey is long and slow and lovely. You pass through silent hills and sun-warmed stone villages. No one asks who you are. No one calls out your name. You arrive at a wide meadow framed by distant forests and morning mist. It's not a city. It's not even a town. It's a gathering, a scattered constellation of people living together without names. No signs, no rosters, no introductions. They greet one another with gestures, with offerings of food, with stories that begin not with I am, but with this happened. Zeus, cloaked in mortal simplicity, walks among them. He listens to a woman telling a tale about a lost cow that came back only after being insulted in song, To a boy who whistles with his fingers and leads a flock without saying a word. To a man who crafts sandals and simply waves whenever someone wears his work. He listens and says nothing. That night, by a fire, someone plays a flute carved from ash wood. The notes are hesitant at first, then slow and sure, like footsteps returning home. No one asks who composed the melody. They just listen. And Zeus, he watches them, quietly stunned. Later, you ask what he's thinking. I don't know their names, he says, but I know their peace. A real philosopher once mused that names are anchors, useful, necessary, but heavy, that sometimes to drift freely in the present, you must let go of the label and just be. Felt. Here, in this nameless meadow, identity is carried in rhythm, in movement, in the way someone hands you bread or helps you tie a knot without asking why. Zeus wanders to the center of the camp and builds a cairn, a small stack of stones. No speech, no lightning, just an offering. Then he sits beside it. Someone brings him a bowl of lentils. He nods his thanks. They do not ask who he is, and he doesn't offer. He simply eats. That night, you lie beneath the stars, wrapped in wool and the weight of the day. You listen to wind, to breathing, to life happening with no label, no caption, only presence, only sound. When you wake the next morning, a dozen more cairns have been built, some small, some tall, one with a wild flower tucked beneath the top stone. Zeus leaves without fanfare, but before you go, he scratches a single word into a piece of bark and leaves it by the fire. Here, because that, sometimes, is all we need to be. There's a banquet being planned on Olympus, not the dramatic kind with golden lions and flaming figs, but something a little more reflective. A remembrance feast, Hestia calls it. The idea is simple. Instead of honoring achievements or divine titles, every guest brings a story about a mortal they remember, not necessarily by name, just by moment. Zeus is invited, of course, and this time he shows up early. You help him carry a scroll. It's long, half full. At the top, it simply says, I can't recall their names, but I remember this. He reads from it slowly. One brought me a wreath of barley. It was half crushed. She'd walked a long way, barefoot, said it was all she had. He flips a few lines. One boy whistled every time he prayed. No words, just one note, but I always heard him. Another. A man in Delphi built a shrine with the wrong number of columns. He said the missing one was for whatever I've forgotten. I liked that. Around the feast table, the other gods begin to share. Aphrodite, of all people, recalls a love letter from a baker to his wife written entirely in raisins. He couldn't write. She shrugs. But he meant it. Hermes pulls a clay pendant from his pocket. Stole this from a merchant once. He chased me for hours, still trying to return it. Artemis recounts a girl who once climbed a tree just to leave an apple for her favorite deer. She thought I'd be mad. Artemis says softly, I wasn't. Even Hades joins in, late, quiet, as always. He simply says, there was one who smiled when I arrived. That's it. No elaboration. And yet, it lands like thunder. Zeus listens to every word and doesn't interrupt once. Instead of toasts, the gods pass around small tokens. bits of pottery, fragments of prayer scrolls, a single worn sandal someone found in a temple long ago, none of it labeled, all of it remembered. No titles, no ceremonies, just the soft clicking of memory. A scholar once argued that remembrance isn't about perfect recall. It's about holding meaning, even when the details slip. That a God who forgets names but honors stories still offers worship's most sacred gift, presence. Toward the end of the feast, Dionysus stands with a cup and grins. "I don't remember who gave me this wine," he says, "but it's good, so I'll remember that instead." Cheers erupt. Soft ones. No thunder. Zeus sits back, watching his siblings laugh. His muses hum. His mortals flicker in stories like coals that never quite go out. And then, quietly, he says, "I used to think memory was power." He taps the scroll. "Now I think it's practice. The practice of holding on, of choosing to notice, to care, even after names fade." He looks around. "I'm still learning." No one argues. Because gods, it turns out, can forget, but they can also learn to remember differently. The night ends with no proclamations, no miracles, just a slow song from Calliope's lyre, and the quiet agreement that being remembered for how you moved someone's heart is worth far more than being etched in stone. You return to your chamber, full of stories not your own, and they stay with you. Zeus finds himself on the old porch, not the metaphorical kind, the actual one, carved into the edge of the clouds behind the temple archives. Forgotten by most gods and now overrun with ivy and 3 moderately territorial squirrels. You're the only one who joins him. He doesn't say much at first, just leans on the railing and watches the mortal world roll by like fog-strewn theater. Below, towns flicker with lamplight. Wheat fields ripple like murmured secrets. Somewhere, someone's singing off-key and a baby's hiccuping between hiccups and prayers. "I used to know them all," he finally says. "Not just names, paths, who took which road home, who never wore shoes, who walked in circles just to feel time." You nod, sipping something herbal and quietly judgmental. "I thought if I lost their names, I lost them. And now," he breathes in deep, "I still forget names. I still mix up faces. But I remember this one boy who prayed every night for his father's back to heal. And I remember how the wind stopped shaking their roof, just for a week. And I don't know what he was called, but I remember how I felt when he smiled the next morning." A pause. You ask, "And what did that feel like?" "Like being needed, but gently." That's when he shows you the box. A small wooden thing, unmarked, worn by centuries of second thoughts. He opens it to reveal dozens of tiny objects, none magical, all meaningful. A chipped spoon, a slingshot made of twine, a necklace with one bead, a pebble that might be a face. "These were left in temples," he explains. "Too small to catalog, too ordinary for tribute records. But I kept them." He picks up the spoon. "She used this to stir lentils every night until her husband came home from the sea. I granted that." You recognize something old in his voice, not just memory, humility. "These things," he says, "aren't offerings. They're echoes. They weren't meant for gods. They were meant to anchor something, a fear, a hope, a tiny Please. He places the spoon back, closes the box. I thought forgetting was a failure, but maybe it's just a sign I had too much to care about. You nod. So you'll keep collecting? He smiles, but not with his mouth, with his whole posture. I'll keep noticing. That evening, you sit with him as he writes a new scroll. He doesn't start with "to the mortals." He writes, "To the ones who offered a pebble, a plum, or a moment of stillness. I may forget what you were called, but I will always remember what you asked for and how it made me want to answer." Later, a gust of wind carries that scroll off the porch. He doesn't chase it because he knows where it's going, and he trusts the world to find meaning, even without a name. You're walking through the Hall of Echoes. It's not a place most mortals or gods visit often. Too quiet, too strange, and a bit too honest. The floor is made of old clouds. The walls carry whispers of things once said and long since released. Every god has a chamber here. Zeus's used to be the loudest. You expect thunder, declarations, heroic names shouted from marble arches. Instead, as you step inside, you hear nothing. Not silence, just the absence of certainty. And in the center of it all, Zeus. No throne, no lightning, just him, sitting on the floor, surrounded by scrolls, memory sketches, and a single candle flickering like it doesn't know what wind is. He gestures for you to sit. You do. "Do you know what I realized?" he says after a long pause. "Names are loud, but stories? Stories are patient." You nod. He unfolds a new scroll. It's not ornate. The ink is uneven. The handwriting falters, like it was written while thinking too much. It reads, "To whom I can no longer name. You taught me how to remember softly, not by title, but by warmth, not by sound, but by shape." He sets it aside. "I used to think my legacy was carved into temples." He continues, "Inscribed in titles, God of this, ruler of that, but it's not." He touches his chest. "It's in the way I listened." Eventually, a real mythologist might tell you this is when Zeus became wise, not because he regained what was lost, but because he let it go without anger. You ask him what comes next. He doesn't answer right away. Instead, he stands, takes one scroll, just one, and walks it to the echo wall. He places it gently inside a recess carved by time and thought. The wall absorbs it, then sings it back, but not in his voice. In hers, a woman's voice, mortal, faint, laughing through tears, just one line. "You remembered me after all." He smiles, finally, and steps outside, together. You walk the long path down the mountain. The stars begin their nightly stretch above you, below. The mortal world breathes, fields, lanterns, the soft clatter of plates, the hush of someone falling asleep mid-sentence. You turn to Zeus and ask, "Do you feel like you've remembered enough?" And he says, "No, but I've learned to forget kindly." The wind shifts. Somewhere far off, a temple bell rings, faint, unhurried, and utterly unconnected to any name. Only the moment. You lie down on a patch of grass that has never asked to be named, and let yourself be part of the sky, part of the story, part of the memory that lives, even when forgotten, even when wordless, even when no one's listening. Because sometimes, that's when remembering happens best. Word count. 1, 100. Now that you've drifted all the way through it, Zeus's strange, gentle journey through forgetfulness, you can feel the weight of names slipping away, replaced by something softer. Not loss, not error, just release. He didn't remember every mortal. He never could. But he remembered their presence, their tiny offerings, their fumbling prayers. He remembered how it felt to be needed in small ways, ways no title or temple carving could quite capture. And the mortals? They didn't mind. They left signs, symbols, sounds, a wreath, a pebble, a prayer wrapped in soup steam. They taught Zeus, and maybe us, that being remembered doesn't always require being named. Sometimes, it just takes being noticed. As you settle into sleep, let that idea curl around you, that you, too, can be remembered not for the label someone gave you, but for how you once held the door, or laughed when someone was scared, or stood silently beside someone who needed company and not a speech. Names are useful, but memory is bigger. Tonight, may your own name fall away for a while. May you simply become what Zeus learned to see. A moment, a warmth, a flicker of something real, drifting gently across the sky. Good night, traveler. You are not forgotten, not even a little. Hello, everyone. Tonight we are slipping quietly into the clouds above Greece, where golden mist curls like steam around towering marble pillars, and immortal voices hum with laughter, ego, and absolutely unnecessary drama. You find yourself floating just outside a gleaming palace, high above the mortal realm, where gods lounge on cushions and bicker over things no one else could possibly care about. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you really like what I do here. And if you're feeling cozy, let me know where you're watching from and what time it is there. I love seeing the bedtime map unfold. Now, turn off the lights. Maybe turn on the fan for some soothing noise, and let's get started tonight. You shuffle through a doorway made of clouds. It feels like warm cotton underfoot, and the walls shimmer as if they're remembering every conversation ever spoken within them. You step into the dining hall of Mount Olympus, and the noise hits you like soft thunder wrapped in velvet. Long, curving tables stretch impossibly far, silver plates already piled with olives the size of apples, loaves of bread steaming as though fresh from Hephaestus's forge, and bowls of something golden that smells like sugar, wine, and thunderstorms. The gods are settling in, although settling might be too generous a word. It's more like strategic maneuvering. You slip into an empty chair at the very edge, unnoticed. That's fine. Easier to observe. At the far end, Zeus reclines like a man who's never heard of a chiropractor. His beard glows faintly with static, and he's holding a goblet larger than your head. Every few minutes, he claps someone on the back with enough force to make the wine ripple. He is not, contrary to popular belief, the one organizing things. That job falls to Hera, who is currently rearranging name cards with the tension of someone handling live snakes. Her smile is the diplomatic kind, tight, polished, and dangerous. She moves Dionysus's place card 3 times before giving up and muttering something about predictable chaos. A real historical note here. Banquets weren't just social affairs in ancient Greece. They were structured, almost ritualistic events. Seating order wasn't random. It was status, politics, performance. Even in myth, the gods seemed to imitate the formality of the human symposium. Everyone has a place, and everyone has an opinion about where that place should be. You glance across the table and spot Artemis already halfway through a roasted hare, looking pleased with herself. Athena sharpens a knife with surgical precision while humming an off-key military march. And Ares, he's not even seated. He's pacing behind everyone like a bodyguard waiting to punch his own guests. At your table's center is a platter of something that looks like glowing grapes and pomegranate seeds suspended in jelly. You don't ask. Suddenly, a great clang echoes through the room. That's Hephaestus arriving. He never just walks in. His chair rolls in with him, sparks trailing behind as if it's slightly offended to be used for dinner seating. He parks beside Demeter, who instantly launches into a soft monologue about grain futures in Thessaly. You're not sure she knows the harvest cycles don't apply here. Up above, floating lamps burn with no fuel. They hum softly, like bees taking a nap. You reach for a cup. Someone's half-finished nectar, lukewarm and sticky sweet, and sip quietly. The aftertaste is both floral and citrusy. Hard to pin down. Maybe that's why gods never shut up. They're always chasing flavors, stories, opinions, outcomes. Immortality is long. You've got to fill it somehow. At the opposite end of the hall, Apollo is posing dramatically with a lyre, bathed in an inexplicable spotlight. He hasn't played a note, but he's waiting for silence. None comes. Isn't it funny, murmurs Hermes beside you, slipping into his chair without sound. How even omnipotent beings can't figure out where to sit. You nearly spill your drink. Are you talking to me? He winks. Of course. You looked bored. A real historian once joked, during an academic panel, no less, that Olympus is the original reality TV dinner party. Drama, passive aggression, betrayals, petty grievances, and someone always thinking their wine is better than everyone else's. You're starting to see what they meant. Over the din, someone is already arguing over seating priority. I'm older, insists Hestia softly, though no one seems to hear her. Seniority doesn't mean proximity. Aphrodite chimes in, adjusting her shawl. Beauty, however, does. Athena groans audibly. Here we go. The first plate is served. A strange warm stew with ingredients you recognize only vaguely. There's definitely cinnamon in there, possibly lightning. And just like that, the feast begins, not with a toast or a speech, but a series of overlapping, increasingly absurd conversations that seem to both contradict and build on each other. Someone laughs too hard at something unfunny. Someone else looks wounded and moves 3 seats down. It's like Thanksgiving with a 1,000-year grudge. And yet, it's weirdly peaceful, like a well-rehearsed play full of characters who know their lines and are tired of rewriting them. You lean back and let it all wash over you. Somewhere nearby, Artemis snorts wine through her nose. No one says anything. You could get used to this. The meal is barely underway, and already the gods are squabbling over contributions to the table like petty deities at a celestial potluck. Hera is glaring at a basket of breadsticks. They're dry, she says flatly, turning the basket as if hoping it might suddenly become a sourdough boule with mythic relevance. Who brought these? Ares, still chewing a piece with the tenacity of someone who'd rather fight a loaf than admit defeat, raises a hand and shrugs. I added a warspice blend, he mumbles. Warspice is just salt and aggression, Athena replies, without looking up from her olives. You glance at the offerings piling around you. Dionysus's wine fountains are already flowing. One red, one white, one suspiciously fizzy and lavender-colored. He's lounging under a wisteria vine that wasn't there 5 minutes ago, smiling at no one in particular. Next to him, Hermes is setting out a tray of experimental cheeses, most of which appear to shimmer in and out of the visible spectrum. This one hums, Hermes says proudly, handing you a small wedge that pulses faintly in your hand. I invented it last week. It vibrates at a frequency only snakes can hear. You're not sure if that's a feature or a warning. In Greek banquets, both mythological and mortal, food wasn't just sustenance. It was status, symbolism, even diplomacy. Olive oil from Athens meant wealth. Honey from Arcadia meant fertility. Grapes and wine, always a divine flex. And if a guest brought a bad dish, it wasn't just culinary failure. It was a social misstep, a reputation scar. Aphrodite, of course, has brought figs, plump, perfectly symmetrical, and likely enchanted to glisten slightly in candlelight. She offers them with a smile that borders on a dare. These are from Cyprus, she says sweetly. Picked at sunrise, with dew still on their skin. No offense, Demeter says, examining one with suspicion. But figs aren't in season. They are when I say they are. Aphrodite replies. The fig sparkles. Demeter sighs. Across the table, Apollo is slicing peaches with a dagger made entirely of sunbeams. He lays them onto a ceramic plate shaped like a lyre. They look like something you'd see on the front page of a divine Pinterest board. Would anyone like a solar pickled apricot? He offers. To no takers. Meanwhile, Artemis has brought roast hare again. She always brings roast hare. No one ever argues, because she's better with a bow than with banter. She carves it neatly, places a piece on your plate without asking, and gives you a brief nod that could be either friendship or threat. Dionysus leans toward you, wine sloshing. You know, mortals think I'm just about drinking, he whispers confidentially. But I also invented hangover soup. It's this tomato wine egg concoction. Cures headaches, opens portals. Not at the same time, hopefully. I liked the time you brought the honey clouds, Hermes says dreamily, biting into a vibrating cheese wedge. They floated, literally. You had to chase your dessert. Yes, but they kept drifting into Hades. Dionysus replies with a smirk. Not ideal for digestion. The bickering continues over pickled lotus petals, ambrosia glazed lentils, and something Athena calls strategic barley. There's a bowl of olives the size of eggs. At some point, someone knocks over a golden goblet, and the wine forms into tiny dancers before evaporating with a polite pop. Even the table itself is enchanted. It expands or contracts depending on the number of gods attending. Tonight, it's long and winding, like a lazy river of gossip and grapes. Hera inspects a platter of sparkling caviar. And who brought this? Sea god sampler. Poseidon grunts from halfway down the table, harvested from the undercurrent shelves of the Aegean. Where I come from, that's just bait, Artemis murmurs. Where you come from, rabbits are a food group. Poseidon fires back. Enough. Zeus booms from his end, voice crackling like distant thunder. Let the food speak. It doesn't. But Apollo tries anyway. There is music in this stew, he declares, swirling a spoonful and sniffing it like wine. Hints of time, tragedy, and maternal abandonment. Oh, please, mutters Hephaestus, scooping some onto his plate. It smells like onion and goat, which, to be fair, is a kind of music. You notice Persephone hasn't eaten anything yet. She's delicately rearranging lentils into a floral spiral and humming under her breath. I don't trust food that glows, she says quietly. Not after that one party in the underworld. A real academic debate, believe it or not, has been waged over the ancient concept of ambrosia. Was it symbolic, metaphorical, a literal dish? Some scholars believe it was a kind of sacred honey cake. Others argue it was simply wine with divine properties. One particularly rogue theory suggests ambrosia was never food at all, just a state of being. Like brunch, but eternal. At the end of the table, Hermes pulls a cloth off something with a flourish. A golden tureen, steaming with something suspiciously labeled immortality stew. It tastes like everything you've ever wanted, he says, ladling it out, with notes of mushroom. Ares scowls. I didn't bring a dish. I brought presents. Athena smirks. You bring complaints and meat sweats. Even Hestia chuckles quietly at that one. You chew your glowing grape slowly. The textures are confusing. First crunchy, then misty, then somehow minty. You're not sure if you're enjoying it or dreaming it. Somewhere near your elbow, a chicken turns into a dove and flies away. No one reacts. You've been here less than an hour, and already the divine potluck has turned into what can only be described as a culinary free-for-all with emotional undertones. And the breadsticks really are dry. You know that feeling at big family dinners where no one wants to sit near the uncle who tells the same story every year, or the cousin who critiques your chewing style. Multiply that by eternity and add thunderbolts. Welcome to the Olympian seating chart, a masterpiece of passive aggression, eternal grudges, and cosmic favoritism. You sit quietly, watching as divine beings shuffle themselves like chess pieces, all pretending they don't care who sits where, while deeply, deeply caring who sits where. At the head of the table, Zeus radiates a lazy confidence, reclined like a man who's never had to make his own bed. His spot is sacred. No one questions it. His beard practically parts the clouds. Hera sits precisely 2 chairs away, not beside him, not across from him, but at a location best described as strategically avoidant. From there, she has perfect access to criticize everything, including, but not limited to, seating, food temperature, wine quality, fig placement, and, when no one's looking, Zeus's toga choice. Hestia always claims the same corner. She brings her own cushion. She does not speak unless spoken to, and somehow still knows everything. You glance down the table. There's a whole science to divine seat dynamics. Apollo insists on being exactly opposite Artemis. For balance, he says. Artemis pretends not to hear him and positions herself next to Athena, who tolerates very few people but respects someone who can kill a boar with a whisper. Ares roams. He's like that guy at a wedding who keeps standing behind chairs, clearly expecting someone to move and offer him a better one. He'll sit for 5 minutes, argue with whoever's nearby, then get up again, claiming the chair was too still. "Why don't you stay put?" Athena asks him as he passes by again. "I like to survey the battlefield," he replies. "It's a banquet," she says. "The only battle is with indigestion." Hephaestus clunks in and adjusts his chair meticulously. He always positions it exactly equidistant from the fire pit and the dessert cart. Practicality first. Then comes comfort. He also brings his own lumbar pillow, a mythic creation of molten bronze and crushed roses. Meanwhile, Hermes, ever the opportunist, chooses his seat based on who has the loosest purse strings. Tonight, he's next to Dionysus and already halfway through a deal involving an invisible ladle and a musical wine bottle. Now here's where it gets truly Olympic. Aphrodite refuses to sit under harsh lighting. She circles the table like a cat looking for a sunbeam, testing spots by holding up a compact mirror and muttering things like, "This angle ages me 200 years. Eventually, she wedges herself between two lesser-known river gods who look like they've never spoken to a woman before. She doesn't mind. She just needs an audience. Academic debate once raged over how seating was arranged at real Greek symposia. Some scholars believe placement indicated your political power. Others, your conversational worth. One text from Plato even suggests hosts rearranged seats mid-banquet if a guest became too boring or too smug, which, here, would cause hourly reshuffles. In fact, Artemis is currently doing that thing where she pretends not to care about seating, while stealthily scooting her plate an inch closer to Athena's. "Why are you so far away from me?" Apollo asks from across the table. "Because the sound of your voice interferes with digestion," she replies calmly. Persephone arrives fashionably late, trailing a scent like crushed violets and wet earth. She looks around, raises an eyebrow, and simply moves someone. The satyr in her chosen spot doesn't protest. He just evaporates into smoke and reappears elsewhere, slightly confused and missing a sandal. You, still forgotten on the edge of the table, observe all of this like a ghost with popcorn. A funny thing about immortals, they can't sit near each other for too long without causing storms, tempests, or at minimum, eye rolls so intense they cause minor lunar quakes. Even in the divine realm, personal space is sacred. Demeter, for instance, will absolutely not sit next to Hades. Not because of any mythic kidnapping drama, although that's part of it, but because he once insulted her soup. She brings it up every decade or so, quietly, with deep, withering calm. When Hades does show up, he hasn't yet, but you sense him coming. It throws the seating into chaos. Someone always moves, usually several someones. He claims not to notice. He always notices. At this point in the dinner, the table begins to drift. Not metaphorically, literally. The palace is enchanted, and as wine flows and voices rise, the furniture adjusts subtly. Chairs rotate, platters inch closer, lanterns dim just a touch. Athena sits bolt upright. Who moved the olives? Everyone denies it, except Hermes, who winks. Maybe the olives moved themselves. Ares grunts. This is why I eat meat. Meat doesn't lie. Neither do olives, Demeter says. But they remember. Silence. You blink. Did the olives shimmer? Anyway, back at your end. Dionysus is playing a soft tune on a wine flute. He invented it, apparently. It's a regular flute that blows bubbles when you exhale. No one asked for it. He's still proud. Aphrodite shifts in her chair and raises her goblet. Shall we toast? To what? Zeus asks, raising one bushy brow. She smiles. To immortality and the privilege of never having to sit next to Ares. Ares, chewing loudly, raises his goblet anyway. I'll drink to that. As the toast echoes, a soft light warms the room, and the palace sighs contentedly. You're fairly certain the building itself enjoys these gatherings. The drama, the laughter, the ever-shifting tensions of a divine dinner party. You, still seated at the end, exhale slowly. Someone passes you a roasted fig. It's warm. It tastes like starlight and cinnamon. And for a brief moment, everyone is in their place. The peace doesn't last. It never does. Not when Hera's sitting 3 chairs down from Zeus and pretending not to stew. Not when she stirred her wine 4 full circles counterclockwise, which any Olympus regular knows is her patented, I'm about to start something, but politely motion. You glance toward her. She hasn't said anything out loud. Yet. But her eyebrows are doing enough heavy lifting to power a small temple. Then, like clockwork, it begins. I suppose, Hera says lightly, addressing no one in particular, but ensuring everyone hears. Some people consider silence an apology. Zeus doesn't flinch. He simply refills his goblet with thunder-infused nectar and mutters something about needing a stronger vintage. Hera sighs. It's long, theatrical, and deeply maternal. The kind of sigh that mothers perfect over centuries. You'd think the king of the gods could remember one anniversary. You can hear the silence that follows. It's thick, sticky, like fig jam left in the sun. Even the wine flute Dionysus was noodling on squeaks to a halt. You glance to your left. Hermes mouths uh-oh behind his goblet. Let's be clear, this isn't a lover's spat. It's performance art, Olympus style. These two invented tension. They've been together longer than time has had calendars, and they've aired their grievances in forms ranging from lightning storms to spontaneous earthquakes. But dinner drama? That's where Hera shines. What anniversary? Zeus finally says, blinking slowly. Hermes coughs into his hand. Athena shifts uncomfortably. Ares whispers, "Don't," to no one. Hera turns slowly, like a weather front. The anniversary of when you swore, on the river Styx, that you'd never turn into livestock again. There is a pause. Zeus clears his throat. Technically, it was poultry. A goblet shatters. No one touched it. A real historical side note. Ancient texts are full of gods shape-shifting to seduce mortals, with Zeus being the undisputed champion of creative forms, swan, bull, golden rain. At one symposium of historians, a professor actually called it the most mythologically persistent midlife crisis in literature. Hera, back in real time, is now gesturing with a fig in one hand and a breadstick in the other. as if reenacting the entire pantheon's romantic history using hors d'oeuvres. A swan, a bull, a cloud. Who woos someone as a cloud? Zeus? Dionysus raises a hand. To be fair, the cloud thing is kind of poetic. She cuts him a look so sharp it could slice ambrosia. Dionysus immediately begins examining his wine bubbles like they hold answers to life's biggest questions. Zeus sighs, not theatrically, just deeply. We've talked about this. We've never talked. Hera snaps. You monologue. I interrupt. You storm off. I storm bigger. You can't help it. You're watching the oldest couple in history reenact what is probably their millionth argument. And you realize it's soothing. Like falling asleep to rain gently tapping glass, or listening to your neighbors argue in muffled tones through the wall. Familiar, rhythmic, eternal. Artemis, sharpening a knife on a fishbone, leans toward you. This is better than the time Demeter threatened to turn all of Olympus vegan. Still might. Demeter calls from down the table. Athena clears her throat. Perhaps we could redirect the conversation to something less volatile. Oh, what? Hera snaps. Like your annual, should we have democracy in Olympus debate? That was a productive evening, Athena replies coolly. Until Ares suggested arming the voters. I stand by that, Ares mutters. Hera rises to her feet now. The room tilts slightly in respect, or fear. Maybe both. Her gown shifts like moonlight caught in glass. She doesn't raise her voice. She never needs to. All I want, she says evenly, is for the king of Olympus to act like he remembers who he married. To act like he's more than a headline in a myth. Define headline, Zeus says. That does not help. Hephaestus leans over to you and whispers, place your bets. If she mentions the cow thing, we're in for another constellation. You nod. You're learning fast. Instead, Hera sits back down, very slowly, and repositions her fig. You know what? Never mind. Let's all pretend this is fine, just like we pretend Apollo's poetry is original. There's a collective ooh somewhere. A harp string snaps. Apollo gasps. I inspired Homer, Hermes murmurs. And Homer requested a restraining order. The gods begin murmuring again, the tension peeling back like the last layer of a well-baked pie. The storm is passing. You didn't even need an umbrella. Zeus turns to you suddenly. You, mortal-ish guest, what say you? Have you ever wooed anyone in animal form? You choke slightly on your fig. Hera eyes you with sudden interest. Careful now. I once used a bad pickup line at a zoo. You offer weakly. She squints. I'll allow it. Apollo plucks a string. Ah, the mortal speaks. Athena chuckles, and Artemis raises her goblet. To the brave fool. Everyone toasts. And just like that, the argument folds itself back into the tapestry of divine dinner noise. Forks clink, goblets refill. Someone somewhere laughs too loudly. The conversation drifts toward safer ground, like who invented pickled olives and why Dionysus isn't allowed to ferment shoes anymore. But the memory lingers. Hera's eyes, Zeus's shrug, the air crackling not with lightning, but history. Long, heavy, ridiculous history. You lean back in your chair, the warmth of wine and fig curling through your limbs. You begin to see what makes Olympus tick. It's not just power, or immortality, or golden goblets. It's drama. Sweet, looping, familiar drama. And maybe, just maybe, you're starting to enjoy it. Poseidon has been silent too long, and when Poseidon is quiet, something is always brewing, usually beneath the surface, usually briny. He sits with a chunk of bread in one hand and a trident leaned casually against the table like a forgotten coat rack. His expression suggests he's weighing the diplomatic consequences of throwing the bread across the room, or the table, or the sea. I just think, he begins slowly, tearing the bread with unnecessary intensity. Some of us don't get the respect we deserve around here. Hermes doesn't even look up. Here we go. I manage 70% of the planet. Poseidon continues, gesturing vaguely toward the floor as if the ocean were just under the rug. And yet no one consults me on banquet themes. You suggested underwater formal wear last time, Aphrodite says. I'm still finding seaweed in my sandals. He ignores her. And these breadsticks? Dry. The kind of dryness one only achieves by forgetting water exists. He looks pointedly at Athena, who returns the gaze with a smile that could slice granite. Perhaps they're a metaphor, she says. A lesson, a warning, or a crime. Poseidon mutters, dunking the offending stick into his wine with the air of someone performing a civic duty. It dissolves on impact. You watch him from a safe distance. There's a tension to him, like a wave deciding whether or not to become a tsunami. His hair moves slightly, though there's no breeze. His goblet sweats salt. You've read enough myth summaries to know that when Poseidon feels overlooked, things tend to sink. A historical aside. Among the ancient Greeks, Poseidon was worshipped not just as a sea god, but as a master of horses and earthquakes. Basically, the original chaotic multitasker. His temples often stood near shores, fault lines, and racetracks, which might explain why he never quite settled down. You know what's wrong with land? Poseidon says suddenly. It's smug. Smug and dry. That's not how geology works. Apollo ventures. Oh, and you're the expert now? Poseidon snaps. I've seen coral more emotionally stable than you. Oh, great, Athena murmurs. The breadstick incident has begun. Everyone at the table subtly leans back. It's not that they're afraid of Poseidon per se. It's more that, once he starts, things tend to get splashy. I mean, look at this setup, Poseidon says, waving his goblet toward the spread. Figs, olives, wine. Where's the salt-brined squid? The kraken caviar? The eel tartare? Last time you brought eel tartare, Artemis reminds him, it tried to escape. It was fresh. No, it was hostile. You glance around, the table's shimmering slightly. Your goblet vibrates in the corner. Hephaestus's forge-rigged fondue pot starts to bubble ominously. Zeus raises a hand lazily, not even looking up. Brother, must we? I'm just saying. You're always just saying, Hera mutters. And yet, I'm never heard, Poseidon snaps. Do you know what it's like ruling the sea? Constant pressure. Salt in everything. Dolphins that think they're philosophers. Dionysus nods solemnly. The dolphins are getting bold. Last week, one of them asked me if I believed in free will. Poseidon says, that was probably a priest. Hermes quips, a single droplet falls from the ceiling and lands in your fig bowl. You stare at it, wondering whether it's condensation or the beginning of divine storm season. Then, Hephaestus speaks. He always waits for moments like this, forging his words like his metal. Slow, deliberate, slightly smoky. You know what helps pressure? Poseidon tilts his head. Don't say steam vents. Hephaestus shrugs. I was going to say better ventilation, but yes, also steam vents. A silence passes, then a ripple of quiet laughter. It breaks the tension. Not entirely, but enough. Poseidon takes a breath. The air stills. The wine stops quivering. Someone passes him a plate of kelp-wrapped cheese. He accepts it with a grunt. Fine, he mutters. But next banquet, I'm bringing seafoam sorbet. Hermes raises a goblet. May it be less aggressive than the last batch. It only melted your sandals, Poseidon says. They were enchanted. Hermes replies, I still can't walk north without hiccuping. Dionysus reaches over and sprinkles sea salt into his wine. I like when Poseidon gets worked up. It's good for the ambiance. Adds drama, moisture. Aphrodite leans in. Moisture is not ambiance. Speak for yourself. Dionysus winks. Apollo plucks his lyre. If I may offer a brief musical interlude to transition us toward dessert. No, several voices say at once. He keeps playing anyway. You sit back and sip your wine, letting the odd rhythm of the evening settle over you again. Poseidon's grumbling has shifted to low muttering about kelp quality and kraken moods. But the tension is mostly gone. Mostly. The room smells faintly of storm and toast. Across the table. Athena looks at you with a rare smile. If you think that was dramatic, wait until charades. You exhale. The banquet stretches on, eternal and strangely hypnotic. One god argues, another mocks. A third diffuses it with the right turn of phrase. And still, the food keeps coming. There's a clatter at the far end of the table. It's not the sound of war, though it's close. It's the unmistakable, gently dreadful noise of Apollo bringing out his lute. He doesn't announce it. He never does. He just starts tuning it in that slow, theatrical way that demands attention without asking for it. He adjusts one golden string with a celestial smirk. The note that springs forth is bright, insistent, like sunlight forcing its way through a too small window. Oh no, Artemis says, not even looking up. She's polishing her knife on a napkin with all the tension of someone preparing for an assassination. You sense the shift immediately. Everyone at the table stiffens. Immortal reflexes honed over eons. This isn't about music. It never is. Apollo leans back in his chair, legs crossed, lute cradled like a baby made of smug. A little melody to set the mood, he offers. Hermes mutters. The mood of whom? Arrogance? Melody, Apollo says pointedly, soothes the divine spirit. So does wine, Dionysus replies, raising his goblet. And at least wine has a sense of timing. Apollo strums a few graceful notes. They ripple through the hall like golden syrup. You feel it behind your eyes. Warm, luminous, deeply, unnecessary. In mortal Greece, bards and musicians were revered. But even then, there were rules. You didn't play over conversation. You didn't weaponize a lyre. Apollo does both. He launches into a song that, by its second stanza, is clearly about himself. Every metaphor glows. Every mountain mentioned is one he climbed. Every star twinkled in admiration, apparently just for him. And when the muses whispered my name to the moon, he croons, the night blushed and turned to dawn. Because she wanted you to stop. Artemis interrupts. Apollo's playing halts, just for a beat. He smiles with the patience of someone who's going to write a poem about you that rhymes badly. Sister, must you always interrupt art? Only when it's trespassing. Ares chuckles into his meat. I give the performance 3 out of 10 spears. Hephaestus chimes in without looking up. 1 out of 10 forge hammers. Sounded slightly sharp. It's intentionally sharp. Apollo retorts. It reflects the dissonance of divine duality. You reflect a lot. Hermes says. Mainly in mirrors. There's laughter, soft and rippling like wind over a wine-dark sea. Apollo glares at the group but continues playing anyway. Quieter this time. More brooding, like an artist unappreciated in his own banquet. Then Artemis starts telling a story, loudly, clearly on purpose. So there we were, she says, in the high hills of Thessaly. The boar was 20 hands tall, tusks like scythes. Apollo had just declared he could reason with it. I could have. Apollo interrupts. It charged. I was calculating its gait. You screamed, "That's an angry pig," and ran. There's a pause, then a giggle from Persephone, a full laugh from Demeter. Even Hestia's eyes sparkle. I was 12, Apollo mutters. You were 17, Artemis says. And wearing your boar-charming sandals. Ares thumps the table in amusement. This is better than the last war council. You sip your wine and wonder how many centuries of stories like this they've built up. How many times Apollo has tried to perform, only to be heckled by immortals with better timing. A scholar once theorized that the gods, as imagined by the ancient Greeks, reflect the full range of human emotion, not elevated, but exaggerated. Divine beings with very mortal flaws. That might explain why Apollo's lute solo feels so familiar. Everyone's been at a dinner where someone pulls out a guitar. Would you like me to continue? Apollo asks the group with the gravitas of a courtroom judge. No, comes the chorus. He sighs, places the lute down, gently, dramatically, lovingly, like it's a wounded animal. He sits back and folds his arms like a statue of himself. You're all tone deaf, he declares. Your ego has perfect pitch. Though, Athena notes, to break the tension, or maybe to escalate it. Hermes starts a slow clap. I'd like to propose a game, he says. A dangerous sentence on Olympus. We take turns sharing our worst banquet moments. Bonus points for things that were your fault, but you still deny. Aphrodite raises an eyebrow. Will Apollo's entire life count as one answer? Apollo just closes his eyes and hums quietly to himself. The room relaxes again. The threat has passed. The lute is silent. But the banter, of course, continues. You settle deeper into your seat as someone conjures a harp made of moonlight. It twinkles softly, playing itself. Finally, a soundtrack no one objects to. Dionysus passes you a cluster of purple grapes the size of apricots. They burst with flavor and possibly with wine. Hard to say. You realize something. These gods, with all their drama and bickering and egos, are more than their myths. They're family. Deeply dysfunctional, hilariously eternal family. And like most families, they tell stories over food, interrupt each other mid-sentence, and somehow find comfort in the rhythm of their chaos. Apollo sulks, Artemis smirks, Ares reaches for more boar, and the feast, as always, continues. It starts with a single word from Ares, charades, and just like that, the air thickens with dread. You've never seen a table full of immortal beings go this still, this fast. Even the glowing olives dim slightly. Absolutely not, Athena says. Come on. Ares grins, his teeth as white and unsettling as freshly polished swords. It's tradition. It's chaos, Artemis mutters, already pushing her plate slightly farther from the center of the table, as if preparing for impact. But it's too late. Ares is up, flexing dramatically, rolling his shoulders like he's preparing to wrestle a mountain. Rules are simple. No words, no powers. First team to guess wins. Losers. He pauses for effect. Have to clean Dionysus's wine fountains. A collective groan. You still have glitter in them from last century, Demeter says. It was a festivity. Dionysus shrugs. You people don't know how to sparkle. Hermes claps his hands. Let's divide into teams. Chaos versus passive aggression. Aphrodite raises a hand. I'd like to be on whichever team doesn't involve Artemis glaring at me the entire time. Artemis glares at her. Exactly, Aphrodite says. Eventually, the teams form. Zeus is the reluctant neutral judge, mostly because Hera refuses to be on a team with him. He stands near the hearth, sipping from a goblet the size of a basin, and muttering something about how, back in the Titan days, we didn't play party games. You find yourself somehow seated with Team Chaos, Hermes, Dionysus, Ares, and Aphrodite. They're strategizing by arguing over whose gestures are the most readable. Team Passive Aggression features Athena, Artemis, Demeter, and Hephaestus. They sit perfectly still, silently radiating judgment. Apollo has opted out. I only perform when it's curated, he announces, polishing his lute in the corner. No one asks him to clarify. The first round begins with Ares leaping to the center of the room and miming something with aggressive enthusiasm. You have no idea what it is. He's stabbing the air with invisible swords, then flailing like a fish. Spartan training, Athena guesses. Ares in a mirror? Hermes tries. Your dating life. Artemis offers. Ares throws his hands up. It was battle of wits. Should have skipped the stabbing, Athena says dryly. Dionysus is next. He wobbles to the center, dramatically lifts his goblet, and then just lies down. Hangover? Demeter asks. Monday, says Hephaestus. Existential despair, Aphrodite suggests. That's my guess every round. It turns out to be a satyr learning to dance, which seems dubious, given Dionysus did no dancing and only one dramatic sigh. Charades in Olympus, you learn quickly, is not about winning. It's about escalation. Hermes acts out Trojan horse by dragging a chair across the room while making whinnying noises. Artemis mimes moonlight hunting with such elegance that even Zeus claps once. Hephaestus attempts volcanic eruption, which ends with several plates rattling off the table and one wine goblet bursting into flame. You sip your drink quietly and pretend that's normal. Then it's Aphrodite's turn. She rises with the grace of someone who knows the room is watching. She moves to the center, raises one hand to her hair, lets it fall dramatically, and then begins a series of increasingly exaggerated poses that seem familiar. Athena narrows her eyes. You're miming yourself, aren't you? Aphrodite shrugs, silently. Hermes calls out, the birth of beauty. Misuse of a mirror. Athena tries again. No. Dionysus laughs. I know this one. It's when she pretended to fall so the nymphs would carry her. Aphrodite bows. Everyone groans. The argument that follows lasts longer than the actual game. Should miming your own myth count as cheating? Is vanity a strategy? Does Zeus care? No, Zeus says, refilling his wine. Midway through round 3, Persephone joins the room quietly. She doesn't play. She just watches from the side, swirling something dark and shimmering in her cup. The last time we played this, she says softly, a mime duel broke out. Artemis nods. We don't talk about that year. A scholar once argued, at a symposium you watched online at 2 a.m., that Greek myths weren't meant to be consistent, just compelling. A wild web of shifting metaphors and exaggerations. Charades, in this way, is oddly accurate. No one knows what's going on. Everyone's confident they're right. And somewhere, someone ends up slightly on fire. Ares takes the floor again. He starts miming something so aggressive it causes a nearby cushion to combust. Hermes immediately guesses. Bad date with a chimera. Close, Ares says, panting. It was Zeus on a Tuesday. Zeus raises an eyebrow. I'm not sure whether to be flattered or offended. I think that's the default mood around here, you whisper. He chuckles. The game fizzles after an hour, as most things on Olympus do, less because of a clear winner, more because Dionysus has declared the score irrelevant, and Hermes has invented an entirely new set of gestures mid-round. Aphrodite suggests a round of who wore it best, using togas, which gets exactly 1 vote, hers. Athena proposes riddles. Ares counters with arm wrestling. Persephone suggests silent staring, which weirdly wins. You lean back and realize this isn't about games. Not really. It's about keeping boredom at bay. Immortality's long. You need structure, distractions, nonsense. Even divine beings need something to argue about between catastrophes. Charades ends not with applause, but with shared glances of, we'll never speak of this again. You sip the last of your wine, the laughter echoing softly around the vaulted starlit ceiling. No one really won. No one really lost. But everyone feels just a little more alive. Hephaestus doesn't speak much, but when he does, it's usually during dessert. By now, the main dishes have been cleared with the wave of a hand and a minor windstorm from one of the lesser sky deities. The table has subtly shifted into its sweet course formation. Plates realign, goblets refill, and trays of glowing tarts begin to hover in lazy spirals over the spread. You're nibbling something that looks like a candied fig but tastes like cinnamon, nostalgia, and hot iron, when you hear a deep, gravelly voice cut through the background chatter. So, let's talk about workplace violations. A few heads snap up. Athena groans. Dionysus chokes slightly on a honey-drenched date. Here we go. Hephaestus sits with both arms folded and one of his mechanical spiders perched on his shoulder, tapping a leg like it's filing complaints. His expression is somewhere between exhausted and delighted. You lean in. You can tell this is going to be good. First off, he begins, if one more god uses my forge without filling out the proper request form of divine fabrication, I will melt a chariot. Was that aimed at me? Hermes asks, feigning innocence and doing a very poor job. You borrowed the winged sandals prototype for 10 centuries. Hephaestus says, you told me they were in extended beta. They were, still are, They were enchanted to expire after 1,000 steps. Hermes glances under the table. Well, that explains the blistering. Hephaestus sighs like a volcano about to rumble. Do you know how many repair tickets I get that are just whoops written in golden ink? I sign all my whoops, Dionysus says proudly, raising a spoonful of ambrosia trifle. It's called accountability. Apollo chimes in. He once forged me a lute made of sunlight and rosewood. It caught fire during a particularly emotional chord. You requested the drama setting, Hephaestus says, deadpan. That's not a metaphor. You selected it. A scholar once referred to Hephaestus as the divine blue-collar god, and it tracks. He's the only one on Olympus who actually works. The rest dabble. They scheme, seduce, command. But Hephaestus builds, fixes, maintains, and complains. Like a union rep who knows every tool in the shed has its own tragic backstory. I created an entire self-oiling chariot wheel system. He continues, warming up now. And you know what Poseidon used it for? Water polo, Poseidon mutters, not looking up. With a kraken. It was bored. It ate the axle. Zeus is chuckling into his goblet. Hephaestus, you worry too much. The forge always recovers. Hephaestus turns to him slowly. You snapped my hammer. You, the king of Olympus, borrowed my celestial grade hammer for a quick adjustment to the moon's tilt, and came back with a sheepish expression and a melted handle. I was correcting a seasonal drift, Zeus protests. You were showing off to a cloud nymph. Somewhere nearby, a bowl of candied grapes bursts into flames. Hestia puts out the fire with a sigh and a flick of her wrist. Last week, Hephaestus goes on, voice rising just a touch. I received a work order written in blood, from Ares, for emergency blade repair. Please add more intimidation. It was urgent. Ares shrugs. You labeled it for vibe purposes. Dionysus nearly falls out of his chair laughing. Athena, trying to maintain order, raises a hand. Perhaps this is an opportunity to review our workshop etiquette. Workshop etiquette? Aphrodite says sweetly. Like not stealing blueprints from your ex-husband? Hephaestus doesn't flinch. You made 5 copies of my golden bath schematic and sold them to nymph influencers. They asked nicely. Aphrodite purrs. They crashed OlympusNet for 2 weeks. I thought the foam effect was cute. There's a beat. Then Hephaestus lets out a deep, resigned breath. Honestly, it was kind of cute. Zeus chuckles again. I miss the foam. There's something weirdly touching about all this. The bickering, the snark, the incredibly niche complaints. It's like listening to coworkers at an office party. the ones who haven't had a real vacation since the Bronze Age. There's no true malice here. Just the kind of long-standing, deeply fermented irritation that only occurs between people who can't quit each other because they were literally written into the same cosmology. Hephaestus reaches under the table and pulls out a scroll. Hermes leans over. Oh gods, he has a list. Just a few bullet points. Hephaestus says innocently, last time it was 17 feet long. Dionysus reminds him, I've streamlined the layout. Does it still include the Apollo fire hazard sub-index? Yes, alphabetized. Apollo slouches in his seat. Persephone speaks for the first time in an hour. May I submit a ticket? Someone put mushrooms in my syrup. That was me, Dionysus says cheerfully. It's trippy. You'll like it. She stares at him. They're screaming. Oh, he says. That means they're done. Hephaestus scribbles something down. You assume it's not a compliment. By the time dessert ends, the forge god has listed no fewer than 12 grievances, 2 mysterious tool disappearances, and 1 broken anvil he suspects was turned into a lawn ornament by one of the muses. But no one argues. Not really. Because they all know Hephaestus keeps the fires burning. Literally. You watch as the plates clear themselves, and Hephaestus's mechanical spiders fold the napkins with eerie precision as he stands, his joints clicking softly. You catch a faint smile behind the beard. He loves this. The grumbling, the attention, the weird affection of being the only god who makes things with his hands. You respect it, and as the dining room shifts again, subtly rebalancing in anticipation of whatever chaos comes next, you wonder what would happen if Hephaestus ever took a vacation. You shudder. Probably best not to find out. The table has mostly quieted now, save for the occasional clink of utensils and the soft hum of ambient harp. The dessert phase is winding down, and the gods begin to do what they always do at this stage, complain about food philosophy. Right on cue, Demeter clears her throat and dabs her lips delicately with a napkin made of woven starlight. Not to be a bore, she begins, which everyone knows means she is about to be exactly that. But I couldn't help but notice someone brought mangoes. A pause. Heads turn. Plates freeze mid-air. And? Hermes asks, licking fig syrup off his fingers. They're not in season, Demeter says, her tone edged with the authority of someone who once cursed a harvest out of spite. Seasonal fruit isn't a suggestion. It's the backbone of ethical consumption, Ares snorts. Ethical consumption? On Olympus? Demeter narrows her eyes. Yes. Even gods have responsibilities. Dionysus raises a grape. I have grapes. That's seasonal, right? They're fermented, Demeter says flatly. That doesn't count. Persephone sighs into her goblet. She's been on this tirade for 3 centuries. Just let her have it. Demeter ignores her. I mean, really, nectarines, imported? And pomegranate molasses that's clearly been aged for less than a decade. That one was mine, Aphrodite says, unapologetically licking a spoon. I like it fresh. Demeter closes her eyes. Of course you do. You're starting to suspect that food isn't really the issue here. The mangoes are just a convenient target. This is about control, cycles, predictability in an unpredictable realm. And Demeter? She's the goddess of predictable things. Crops, rain, the slow, boring comfort of soil doing what soil's supposed to do. In mythology, she's revered as the bringer of agriculture, but also known for holding the entire world hostage when things don't go her way. Historically, some scholars have described her as the original seasonal influencer. Every blossom, every grain, every fruit had to pass her cosmic checklist. Back in the old days, Demeter continues, cutting into a pomegranate tart with clinical precision. There were rules, rhythms. You sowed, you waited, you reaped. No mangoes before midsummer, no figs before equinox. You didn't just import things. Mortals do it all the time, Apollo offers half-heartedly. Trade routes, caravans, fruit with passports. They're mortals, Demeter snaps. They're supposed to be confused. You glance at Persephone. She's carving a spiral into her truffle with her fork and avoiding eye contact. It's the sort of quiet protest that says, I've heard this before. I'm choosing inner peace. Eventually, she speaks. Mother, please. It's a banquet, not a farmer's market. Demeter lifts her chin. That's exactly the problem. Hephaestus leans over to you and whispers. Last year she banned zucchini. We didn't recover until winter. Aphrodite, bored now, leans toward Persephone. How's the underworld? Persephone doesn't flinch. Cooler than Olympus, less fruit shaming. You still using those obsidian flatware sets I sent you? They're haunted. They're charmed. They whisper at night. Semantics. Hermes butts in. I think haunted silverware sounds chic. Poseidon, from across the room, waves a fork. In Atlantis, we let fish decide when fruit is ripe. Fish can't taste sweetness, Demeter replies, aghast. Exactly. Poseidon says smugly. The conversation devolves. Someone makes a case for artificial seasons. Someone else argues for magical greenhouses. Dionysus proposes a fruit voting system where produce must pass a vibe check. That, Persephone says dryly, is exactly why we don't let you run anything. A random cup turns into a tulip. No one reacts. And then, the conversation takes a strange left turn. What was the weirdest thing you've ever planted? Hermes asks, eyes sparkling. A beet. A tree made of pasta. Aphrodite answers. It bloomed once, smelled like basil and heartbreak. I tried growing a cloud. Poseidon says. Didn't work, just rained forever. I once planted a vow. Persephone says quietly. It sprouted regret. Didn't need watering. Dionysus claps. That's so emo. I love it. Demeter's face softens just a little. See, these are good answers. These are seasonal metaphors. Zeus yawns. Is this still about mangoes? It was never about mangoes. Hera mutters. The table shifts again, as if sensing the emotional temperature. Now Demeter is lecturing Hermes on the dangers of magical monoculture. He's nodding politely while slowly building a fruit tower out of dragonberries and toothpicks. Persephone's drawn a smiley face in her syrup. Across the table, Dionysus has fashioned a tiny crown out of candied lemon peel and placed it on your head. There, he says, you're now the god of trying to stay awake during agricultural speeches. You bow solemnly. The air feels thicker now, rich with honey and steam, and the particular weariness that follows heavy dessert and even heavier opinions. And just when you think it's over, Demeter lifts her fork again and says, "Now about these imported dates." You quietly push your chair back, hoping no one notices the mango slice still on your plate. You don't see him enter. You just feel it. A sudden drop in temperature, a brief dimming of the golden chandelier lights, a cool draft that smells faintly of obsidian and old pomegranates. The kind of shift that makes you reach for your shawl without realizing why. Hades has arrived, not through the front entrance, of course. That would be too dramatic, too expected. He just appears, sitting quietly at the now crowded table as if he'd always been there, already swirling a goblet of something dark and still. "Oh," Hera says flatly, "how nice of you to show up." Hades lifts his eyes, slow and level. "I brought a cheese plate." Everyone stares. "No one invited you," Ares points out, tearing into another leg of something aggressively roasted. "No one ever does," Hades replies. "And yet, here I am, with cheese." He places it on the table with exaggerated care. The slices are symmetrical. The garnish is edible gold leaf. There are tiny skulls carved out of dried pear. It is somehow elegant and vaguely intimidating, like him. Aphrodite leans forward. "Is that ghost milk brie?" "It's lactose-free," Hades says softly. "I'm not a monster." Hermes raises an eyebrow. "Says the guy who owns a dog with 3 heads. Hades shrugs. He's well trained. Mostly. Persephone doesn't look surprised. She just nods once in greeting, then goes back to poking her syrup swirl. You notice she slides a chair to the side for him without comment. Zeus sighs. "You could have at least sent a raven, or a mist. Something." Hades takes a sip from his goblet. "I thought I'd let the temperature announce me." "Mission accomplished," Hephaestus mutters, rubbing his shoulder. "Here's a strange truth. Among all the Olympians, Hades is the one who causes the most discomfort. Not because he's evil, but because he's calm. Calm in a way the others aren't. He doesn't shout. He doesn't glow. He just watches. Waits. Exists. Which, among a room full of spotlight addicts, is deeply unnerving." "Did you at least bring a story?" Dionysus asks. "I brought 2. Hades replies. "One ends in silence. The other ends in forgetting." Dionysus blinks. Cool. We'll come back to those." Hades sets down his goblet and begins slicing the cheese, very precisely, with a small obsidian knife that you're fairly sure could cut through reality if angled wrong. "Why are you even here?" Athena asks, not unkindly. "Maybe I missed you," Hades replies. "Liar," says Hera. "I missed dessert," he corrects. There's a long pause, then a chuckle from Artemis, then a laugh from Apollo, then, unexpectedly, a small smile from Zeus. Hades, whether he means to or not, is funny. Not in a Dionysian joke-making way, more like a low-pressure existential crisis wrapped in impeccable manners. He offers the cheese to you first. You accept. It's cold, nutty, and oddly comforting. A scholar once said that in Greek myth, Hades is not death, but the idea of permanence, gravity, the weight that holds the rest in place. Not flashy, not fast, but inevitable. And that's what it feels like, sitting next to him now, like you're anchored to something still, while the rest of the gods vibrate with drama and daylight. I made a salad once, Hades says, apropos of nothing. Everyone stares, with shadowberries and midnight figs. It had presence. Aphrodite stifles a laugh. Did it come with a side of dread? Hades shrugs. Yes, and croutons. He offers a slice of blue-veined mystery cheese to Apollo, who accepts it like someone holding a glass frog. Why is it humming? He asks. It's aged in echo chambers. Of course it is. Poseidon leans across the table. You're lucky I didn't flood your entrance again. I turned the sea black for a week, Hades says. You're welcome. Dionysus, chewing delicately, looks between them. This is the most civil you two have been in a century. I'm mellowing, Hades replies. You're terrifying, Dionysus says cheerfully, but in a cozy, velvet kind of way. The wine refills itself. Someone turns the music up just a notch, plucked harp strings blending with the slow clink of cutlery and low murmurs of immortal nonsense. Hades settles in, saying little, but somehow drawing gravity toward him like ink pooling on parchment. Persephone finally speaks again. He brought the good cheese. You can't argue with that. Demeter sniffs. It's out of season. Cheese doesn't have a season, Hades says without looking at her. It does if it's made of moon milk. She snaps. Hades smiles slightly. Then let it be a blue moon. And that ends the argument. You, still nibbling a crumb of ghost milk brie, feel something curious. Peace, the kind that sneaks up on you after long tension. A stillness that fills the room like a thick velvet curtain. The god of the underworld might not bring joy, but he brings something equally rare up here. Balance, and with the table quiet again, the hearth warm, and the cheese doing strange but pleasant things to your bloodstream, you let your eyes close for a moment longer than usual. No thunder, no flirting, no fruit lectures, just the slow, anchoring presence of a guest who wasn't invited, but makes the party strangely better. The quiet doesn't last. Of course it doesn't. The lull after Hades' cheese plate is like the eye of a very theatrical storm. The calm isn't a conclusion, it's an intermission. And then, right on schedule, Eros bursts through the ceiling, literally. A hole opens in the cloud dome overhead, and down he floats, wings flapping lazily, bow slung over his back, a quiver of heart-shaped arrows glinting like a threat dipped in rosewater. He's chewing something pink and probably not food. Gum? Ambrosia fluff? Divine chaos? Hello, lovers, he sings, arms spread wide like a greeting card you didn't ask for. Everyone groans. Someone drops a spoon. Wrong party, Athena mutters. Wrong pantheon, Persephone adds. I was in the neighborhood, Eros says, landing gently on one of the dessert trays and sending a pyramid of pomegranate macarons tumbling. Heard there was cheese, heard there was tension. My two favorite things. Dionysus cheers. Finally, the real after-party starts now. Eros twirls dramatically, his tiny toga swirling like whipped cream caught in a windstorm. I bring love, I bring mischief, I bring experimental arrows. Hermes spits out his wine. You're what now? Not lethal, Eros assures him. Just interesting. Zeus sits upright. Don't you dare. I already did. Eros grins. He raises his hand. 2 arrows are missing from his quiver. Everyone freezes. There is nothing. Olympians fear more than being in love with the wrong person at the wrong moment. It's not the romance they dread, it's the paperwork. Who? Hera demands. I don't kiss and tell. Eros winks. You don't kiss, Artemis says. You meddle. Same difference. A scholar once described Eros as less Cupid, more emotional saboteur with glitter. And watching him now, you believe it. He's equal parts chaos, charm, and social experiment. His idea of fun is watching Athena fall awkwardly in love with a sea breeze and write poetry about it for 3 weeks. Let's play a game, he purrs, circling the table. Let's guess who's got that tingly feeling. You know the one. The slightly panicked affection, the involuntary eye contact, the sudden poetic impulses. Apollo quietly lowers his gaze. Hera points a fork. If you hit Zeus again, I swear. I didn't, Eros says quickly. Even I have boundaries. You really don't, Hermes mutters. Hephaestus taps the table. If you hit me, I need a form. No forms required. Eros beams. This is low-dose enchantment, just a little irrational tenderness, a smidge of warm confusion. Describe every crush ever. Hades mutters, still slicing cheese. Eros spins and lands, theatrically, on the back of a chair. Let's check in, he says. Who's looking dreamily into the middle distance? Dionysus raises a hand. I always do that. It's the wine. Who feels suddenly witty? Hermes raises both hands. Who feels like writing a sonnet about someone's ankles? Apollo flinches. Oh! Eros sings, pointing. Gotcha. I do not have feelings for Artemis's ankles. Apollo blurts. Wait, Artemis says, scandalized. What? I mean, the arrow must have... Eros. It was a trial run, Eros says, hands up in innocence. It'll wear off in 3 hours, unless you kiss. A beat. Artemis launches a dinner roll at him. He dodges with a pirouette. Chaos breaks out. Hera is demanding a recount. Dionysus is giggling into a fruit tart. Hades is whispering something to Persephone about emotional liability insurance. Hermes is trying to pocket the unused arrows for resale. Aphrodite is just watching it all unfold with proud, glistening eyes. Ah, she sighs. My boy, making things weird since the Bronze Age. Eros bows in midair. I live to disturb. At some point, you realize you've been holding your breath. Unsure whether you've been hit, you glance around the room, lock eyes with a lesser muse across the way, and feel nothing. Whew. Still, you grab a plate of date pastries and pretend to be deeply invested in their texture. Just in case. Eventually, Zeus slams a goblet down. Enough. This is a banquet, not a matchmaking symposium. Eros shrugs. I'm leaving. I've got a moon goddess and a shepherd penciled in for later. Busy night. He winks at no one in particular, blows a kiss toward the ceiling, and floats back up through the hole he came in. The wind settles, the lights warm, the macarons keep spinning in slow orbit. Silence returns. Then, Artemis mutters, My ankles? Really? Apollo turns pinker than the pomegranate glaze. Dionysus coughs into his wine, and somewhere in the rafters, Eros's laugh echoes faintly, mischievous and sweet, like the last note of a song you didn't ask for, but now can't stop humming. The last of Eros's sparkly exit mist hasn't even faded when the dining room begins to hum again. This time, not with flirtation or arguments, but with a growing, low-level cosmic debate. The spark? A seemingly harmless question from Dionysus, lobbed into the center of the table like a half-melted marshmallow. Hey, who actually invented cheese? You'd think the silence that followed would be reflective, perhaps scholarly. It's not. It's the kind of silence that comes just before someone throws a fig. I did, Demeter says with absolute confidence. You invented grain, Hermes replies. You can't also claim dairy. I cultivated civilization, Demeter says, which includes cheese. End of story. I beg to differ, Athena interjects, sitting straighter. The preservation and fermentation of milk was an early strategic advancement, developed primarily by shepherds. In other words, my domain. You read one papyrus, Demeter fires back. Hermes, delighted, rubs his hands together. Oh, this is better than the democracy argument. Apollo sighs, polishing a silver fork. Actually, if we're talking cultural diffusion, the Minoans are not gods. Hera cuts in. And don't sit at this table, adds Ares, brandishing a butter knife like a sword. It was clearly the satyrs. Dionysus says, they were milking everything in sight long before anyone thought to make it solid. Hephaestus, chewing on a wedge of something blue and slightly glowing, clears his throat. For what it's worth, I forged the first cheese press, out of hydra bone. That sounds unsanitary, Persephone murmurs. Sanitary wasn't invented until 300 BCE, Hermes says. By me. You can't claim sanitation, Athena says. I can. Hermes replies smugly. And I did. Check the archive. Scroll 57. Smells like lemon balm and authority. Across the table, Aphrodite slowly spreads goat cheese on a cracker. I don't care who made it, she says serenely, as long as it pairs well with pomegranate wine and heartbreak. Poseidon, who's been swirling something briny in his goblet, finally chimes in. Actually, the sea people made cheese first, salted it, buried it, sang to it. Sang to it? Hera repeats, disbelieving. It responded, Poseidon says simply. Dionysus snaps his fingers. That's it. New genre. Cheese shanties. And you, who have been quietly sipping wine and chewing the same date for approximately 4 minutes, realize this is not about cheese. It never was. This is about legacy. About who gets credit for the basics of mortal delight. Bread, wine, fire, and now, apparently, dairy. A real-world academic once called debates like this identity projection via mythological culinary attribution. Translation: Gods arguing over food is just gods arguing over themselves. The room is heating up again, figuratively and literally. Small bursts of divine energy crackle in the air. Hera's goblet hisses. Ares flexes his jaw like it's about to deliver a closing argument. And then, out of nowhere, a booming, echoing, moist voice fills the room. You're all wrong. A breeze rushes in. The chandeliers tremble. A jug of honeycomb ricotta tips over in fright. Everyone turns. There, standing at the newly opened side door of the banquet hall, is a very large goat. Actually, no, wait. A goat man. Shaggy. Smug. And barefoot. Pan. Oh gods, Artemis mutters. Not him. Pan grins broadly, chewing on a stalk of wild fennel. I invented cheese, he declares. Back when you lot were still arguing over who gets to control the sun. You were a forest accident, Hera snaps. I was a visionary, Pan replies. I left milk in a hollow log for 3 days. Boom. Cheese. That's spoiled milk, Athena says. Exactly, Pan says. Spoiled into greatness, he walks, more like saunters, into the room, dropping flower petals as if by accident. His presence is earthy. Everything smells like moss and goat breath. He's barefoot, covered in fur, and somehow wearing a crown made of breadcrumbs. No one invited you, Hera says sharply. Tell that to the cheese, Pan replies. Dionysus claps with delight. Pan, you glorious hairy disaster. Sit down. He does, right onto a large platter of baked pears, which he eats without moving. I once milked a nymph, he says with a grin. She laughed, then she cursed me, but the cheese was divine. Why are your stories always unsanitary? Persephone groans. Because I'm honest, Pan says, and fun, which none of you have been since. Like the Bronze Age. Zeus, who has remained oddly quiet through this entire dairy debacle, finally speaks. Let the mortals decide, he says. A pause. All heads turn to you. You, mortal. Seat warmer, wine sipper, cheese sampler. Apparently, you're the appointed judge in the first official divine cheese dispute of the modern age. You swallow. Well, you say slowly. The goat cheese was excellent. Pan raises his hands triumphantly. But, you continue, so was the fig-wrapped feta, and the aged cave brie, and the moon milk spread. They all lean in, each hoping to hear their name. You smile. So, maybe cheese was a collaboration. Silence. Then Hermes claps slowly. Diplomatic, cowardly. I respect it, Demeter sighs. Fine. Let the mortals have their fusion dairy. Still, Athena says, staring into her wine. I would have invented it, if I'd wanted to. The debate fizzles out as quickly as it began. Plates refill. Crackers appear. The harp resumes its lullaby. Pan begins playing reed pipes at half volume. Badly, but cheerfully. Hades quietly replaces the pears he sat on. Persephone mutters something about needing stronger wine. You lean back in your chair, full of cheese and chaos, watching the gods settle once again. Somehow, this is the most relaxing meal you've ever attended. Even with the goat, by now, the wine has mellowed into a steady hum in your bones, and the room feels softer, glowing, slightly tilted, like a dream where gravity forgot the rules, which is exactly when the moon starts crying. No one reacts at first. The gods are used to strange things. Occasionally, the stars twitch. Sometimes, time hiccups. Last week, the chandelier wept maple syrup for 4 hours. But this is different. It begins with a shimmer at the top of the sky dome, a silver crackle, then a long, slow drip that lands, delicately, into Apollo's goblet. He glances up, blinks. He says. Guys, the moon appears to be emotionally compromised. The gods groan in near unison. Not again, Hera mutters, rubbing her temples. Who upset the moon this time? Athena demands, scanning the table like a schoolteacher sensing guilt. Wasn't me, says Hermes, holding up both hands. I've been good. I haven't even stolen from the tides this month. It was probably one of the muses. Dionysus yawns. They've been dramatic since the eclipse. It wasn't them, Apollo says, squinting at the moonlight streaming in. She's showing the sad phase. Persephone tilts her head. That's the waxing wistful, isn't it? Hades nods grimly. We'll be lucky if she doesn't flood the celestial archives with poetry drafts. You sip your drink and look up. The moon, usually so aloof and marbled, has definitely sprouted a faint, silvery tear trail down one edge. And if you listen carefully, you can hear it, an airy, musical sobbing. Zeus sighs into his goblet. This is why we stopped inviting her to councils. She doesn't even sit, Poseidon grumbles. She hovers, dramatically. Aphrodite sighs, a touch guilty. I may have said she was looking a bit pale. She's the moon. Artemis hisses. She's always pale. I meant it affectionately. She heard it existentially. Pan tunes his reed pipe with a furrowed brow. I could play her a song, something rustic, like a lament for lost acorns. Please don't, everyone says. Apollo stands slowly, setting his goblet down with care. He looks responsible, tired, like an older sibling who knows this is somehow, cosmically, his fault. I'll talk to her, he says. She won't listen to you, Artemis says. Not after the goat incident. That was years ago. She remembers. I was young. You turned her into a cheese wheel. I was experimenting with metaphors. Still, Apollo begins glowing just a bit more golden, a low aura, gentle and radiant. You watch as he steps away from the table, walks to the center of the room, and lifts his hands toward the ceiling. Selene, he says softly. Sister of night, luminary of lovers. What's wrong? A long pause. Then the moon answers, not in words, but in pictures. The sky darkens, the ceiling swirls, and suddenly, all of you are inside a memory not your own. You see a goat, you see someone, probably Zeus, dropping a block of cheese into the sea for science. You see Pan dancing under her light with less clothing than necessary. You see Apollo. Yes, definitely Apollo, balancing moonbeams into a harp, then using it as a catapult. Artemis face palms. She's feeling unappreciated, Apollo says at last. She's always feeling unappreciated. Hades replies, she is unappreciated. Aphrodite offers, we treat her like a nightlight. Persephone nods. She gets forgotten, like shadows, or endings, silence. Then, Hera rises, regal, measured. She clears her throat with soft authority. We've taken the moon for granted, she says. We dine under her, write poems about her, blame her for sleeplessness, and yet we never invite her inside. There's a pause. Then, with the softest creak, a section of the ceiling opens like a blooming flower. Moonlight spills down. Not harsh, but shimmering, like milk warmed by lullabies. And there she is, the moon. Not a woman, not a face, but a presence. A cool breeze that smells like frost and forgotten lullabies. A ripple of white silk woven into the cosmos. She drifts downward, trailing stardust, and lands lightly at the table's edge. A new chair forms, pale, round-backed, quiet. She sits, and everyone, gods, mortals, satyrs, shuffles awkwardly. We're sorry, Zeus says, and for once, sounds like he means it. The moon says nothing. She just reaches for a slice of ghost brie and places it delicately on her plate. Someone sighs in relief. Maybe the table. "I'll write you a ballad," Apollo says. "I'll craft you a lunar spoon," Hephaestus offers. "I'll name a cocktail after you," Dionysus adds. "I'll stop using you as an excuse for my mood swings," Persephone says softly. Even Artemis nods once, tight-lipped. "I'll make them stop blaming you for tides." The moon glows a bit brighter. No more tears, just light. You lean back in your chair, bathed in gentle silver. The table sparkles now, not from showmanship, but from the quiet peace that comes when someone overlooked is finally seen. The banquet continues, but slower, softer. The moon eats in silence. The room breathes in rhythm. And for the first time in hours, no one is arguing. Not even Ares. After the moon finishes her silent, glimmering slice of cheese and drifts back toward the ceiling with a faint curtsy of moonlight, the atmosphere softens into what mortals would call the drowsy hour. That golden stretch after dessert, but before departure, where bellies are full. The wine is warm, and even the gods feel a little sleepy, which is when someone accidentally mentions fate. It's unclear who brings it up. Maybe it was Hermes, idly wondering whether the dessert menu was predestined. Maybe it was Aphrodite, musing aloud about love threads getting tangled. Or maybe it was you, after one too many sips of Hades' shadow wine, whispering something about déjà vu and goat cheese. Whatever the trigger, Athena straightens. "You know," she says, adjusting her napkin with dangerous precision, "fate is not what people think it is." "Oh no," Persephone mutters. "She's winding up." Hermes whispers. "Let her have it," says Dionysus, already reclined with a handful of candied flower petals. Athena stands, and it begins. Mortals always imagine fate as a thread, a straight line, spun, measured, cut, clean, predictable. She paces. But it's not. It's messy. It tangles. It backtracks. It knots around ankles and trips you in doorways. Pan raises his hand. "I once tripped on a prophecy." "Of course you did," Hera mutters. "There was wine involved." "Of course there was," Demeter adds. Athena ignores them. The fates themselves, Clotho, Lachesis, Atropos, they don't like being simplified. Do you think they enjoy being reduced to old women with scissors? They have folders. They use chalk. One of them color codes destinies by emotional closure. "I knew mine was teal," Aphrodite says. "It's beige," Athena snaps. "Rude." You blink slowly, caught in the half-dreamy rhythm of Athena's rant. The hearth glows warmer. The air feels syrupy, like honey about to crystallize. A scholar once described the Greek concept of fate as a collective shrug from the universe, neither good nor evil, just insistent. It will happen, whether you like it or not, and whether or not you understand the paperwork. They even faxed me a scroll once, Hermes adds, in a dream, had my name on it, said, "Try again tomorrow." That was your destiny, Athena says. It has low expectations. Zeus, surprisingly, joins the conversation. Destiny is overrated. I've changed mine at least 7 times. You bribed a river oracle, Hera says. I didn't bribe. I donated. You threw lightning at her shrine. With style, Zeus adds. Artemis stirs her tea. The only fate I trust is instinct, gut before prophecy. Every time. Poseidon grunts. Fate's just weather with better branding. You notice Hephaestus hasn't spoken yet. He's fiddling with something small and metallic. Some divine knick-knack that softly clicks and whirs. Finally, he speaks. I once built a clock that could track fate. Everyone quiets. What happened to it, you ask? It stopped, he says, right before I met Aphrodite. A long pause. She glances at him sideways. He doesn't look up. A rare silence blooms between them. Not hostile, not sweet, just unresolved. Apollo, not to be outdone, pulls a golden scroll from thin air and begins dramatically quoting from a vision he had once while sunbathing near a whispering waterfall and eating honey-drizzled figs. His voice echoes. His hands sweep. His prophecy is half rhyme, half theater. By the time he gets to the part where the stars cried vowels into the ocean, Hermes fake snores, and Ares starts tapping his knife on the table in protest. You're just mad yours didn't rhyme, Apollo says. I'm mad because I can't fight fate. Ares growls. And I fight everything. Not salad, Artemis says. Not twice, Ares replies. The room dissolves into soft chuckles. Even the moonlight laughs, twinkling faintly against the polished goblets. Then, in the corner, Hades speaks without raising his voice. Fate isn't a line, or a knot, or a plan. Everyone turns. It's a door, he says. It doesn't care if you walk through. It just waits. He sips his wine, says nothing else. The table goes quiet again. The kind of stillness that can only exist among immortals who know what it means to wait centuries for a moment of clarity. You, mortal and mildly wine-dizzy, realize something strange and comforting. None of them actually agree on what fate is. And none of them need to. That's the trick, isn't it? Fate doesn't need understanding to do its job. It's patient, like gravity, or old stories, or the quiet clinking of dishes being cleared by invisible hands while gods lean back, full of wine, cheese, and complicated feelings. Eventually, Athena sits again, exhaling through her nose. That wasn't the argument I expected tonight. It never is, Persephone says, eyes fixed on something far away. And then Dionysus, very softly, sings a line of an old drinking song. Here's to the threads we cannot see, that loop and twist around you and me. Pan hums along. Hermes whistles. Even Ares taps in rhythm. And just like that, the tension folds itself back into the folds of togas and twilight. The banquet resumes, slower now, thoughtful. The talk of fate drifts away like steam. And for a while, maybe just a little while, the gods sit in peace. So now, it's just you. The grand marble hall is quiet again, emptied of divine egos, cosmic wine, and emotional cheese wheels. The moon has tucked herself back into the sky. The plates are stacked. The hearth hums softly, its glow barely touching the edges of the long, now silent table. You sit alone for a moment longer, wrapped in warmth and story. You can still feel them. Somehow. The gods. Their voices echo like a dream behind your ears. You remember the way Hera rolled her eyes like it was a sacred rite. The way Hermes vanished mid-sentence. The way Dionysus made even chaos feel charming. And Hades, quietly folding himself into the room like a shadow that had always been there. It's strange, isn't it? How familiar they became. They weren't stories tonight. They weren't marble statues. They were messy, absurd, endearing, almost human. And maybe that's the point. The myths weren't about perfection. They were about being loudly, clumsily, eternally, with too many opinions and too much wine, with bruised egos and inside jokes that span millennia. You rise slowly, leaving the table behind. You feel it now, that peaceful heaviness behind your eyes, the kind that tugs your thoughts down like a soft tide pulling you toward sleep. And as you wander through the quiet corridors of Olympus, footsteps cushioned by clouds, you smile. Because tonight, you dined with gods, and they were exhausting, and ridiculous, and somehow beautiful. So now, let your body rest. Let your thoughts float like pomegranate seeds drifting in nectar. Let the laughter and moonlight blur gently behind your eyelids. The banquet is over. The plates are clean, and sleep is already on its way. Good night.